And today, of course, we had it sit on a Monday. Also, when cabinet is sitting, due to the constraints with our rules regarding some of the processes within the parliamentary rules of procedure. As you are all aware, we have been going through the process of censure of the Honorable Pastor Namuganza, as provided for under Rule 109 of the Rules of Procedure and Article 118 of the Constitution. And Article 118 is very, very clear on the process which we followed, whereby we started by receiving the motion, which we transmitted to His Excellency the President. And thereafter, we formed a select committee, which select committee, according to Rule 109, is supposed to report back within 15 days. Now, the 15 days would have elapsed. They would have done it within 15 days, but the problem, Rule 109 emphasizes that the moment they bring their report, it's immediately presented, and the chairperson of the select committee takes us through the proceedings. That would have been late. It would be Thursday, last Friday, last Tuesday, was within the 15 days. But the major constraint was with Article 118, Clause 5 of the Constitution, which says we can only debate this matter after expiry of 30 days of transmitting the motion to the President. And those elapsed on Saturday. So because they elapsed on Saturday, we had to go with the next working day. And I think we shall also need maybe to look through our rules of procedure, because our rules of procedure, they do not recognize cabinet days, because cabinet can be called on any day. So they do not gazette cabinet days. So that's why we were between a rock and a hard place, and we had to follow the rules, because the moment statutory deadlines are well provided for, you cannot give any excuse for not doing your work as a house. And today, I want us to go through this, and we conclude it. We have other things to do. I want this concluded today, okay? I want the House pronounce itself today on the matter, then we continue with other business. So that's why I don't want to go into any other matter. Tomorrow, we shall have a lot of time for matters of national importance and all other issues. So, colleagues, with that communication, I don't know if there is any reaction to my communication in the same. The Honorable Semuju.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much. Specifically on the determination of this parliament to follow the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I need guidance. If we have members of this parliament participating in breaking the Constitution, we usually ask ministers to come and explain. If it is MPs, what do we do? Like the Honorable Chamaswet, who knows that serving military officers are not supposed to do politics, but is organizing rallies for serving military officers. So if you have an MP, if you have an MP breaking the Constitution, where you can't call a minister to explain, what do we do? I need your guidance, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, honorable colleagues. First of all, I don't know whether Honorable Chairman was organizing rallies or not. Honorable Chairman, so I even had him in Kenya. The other day I was looking for him, he was in Kenya. I don't know what. He's always on both sides, and he claims because he's a vice chairperson of the South African Community Committee. But number two, we have very many provisions, especially for conduct that is not related to the business of the house, because organization of rallies is not at all related to conduct of business of the house. So I think you can invoke our own laws, you take him to court, okay, in public interest. Please, Honorable Chairman, so I'm saving you. Now you want cause more trouble. Yes. Yeah. So I believe one can take that route of even private prosecution of Honorable Chairman if he is organizing his rallies. Yeah, but it has nothing to do with the conduct of business of this house. So I only rule on procedure on matters to do with the conduct of business of this house. Yeah, colleagues, next item.
Item 3, motion for resolution of Parliament to pass a vote of censure against Honorable Persis Namuganza Princess, State Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development Housing, pursuant to Rule 109 of the Rules of Procedure.
Procedure, Honorable Chibadia, before I call Honorable Mpaka.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my procedure matter, as you see our side, we are squeezing ourselves. Is it procedure right through your office to pronounce a free sitting so that we can have colleagues also?
Yes, today, Honorable colleagues, it's free sitting. Sit anywhere, we have seats everywhere. Thank you. Yes. There's a procedure, Honorable Enos.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Please, order. Order. Yes,
Right Honorable Speaker, Rule 109, Section 12. It says on the receipt of the committee's report and notwithstanding the findings of the committee, that is on censure of a minister, the Speaker shall call upon the chief petitioner to open a debate on the motion, followed by the defense by the concerned minister. Well knowing that today's cabinet and the ministers are not here, how shall we proceed when the minister cannot be available to defend herself?
Thank you. Number one, Honorable colleague, Honorable Namuganza is not a full minister, he's a minister of state. So any business to do with her ministry can be done by the full minister in cabinet. Number two, we released the order paper on Friday. I never received any information, any notice from the Honorable Namuganza to say she has a special business in the cabinet and therefore she wouldn't be here. So I expect her to be here, and when the time comes, in fact, me, I don't know who is here. I think every member is here. So Honorable Namuganza might be seated somewhere and I'm not seeing her. A time when it comes, I will call her to come and present her position. So, and colleagues, today, maybe if I can inform you very, very early, no matter the recommendation of the committee, the House must pronounce itself. And under Rule 99 of our Rules of Procedure, the pronouncement shall be by roll call, whereby we shall read your name and you pronounce yourself on the matter. Rule 90, someone was asking me saying, but on a commissioner, we voted by secret. That is Rule 98, which explicitly provides for censure of the commissioner. It's secret ballot. But for censure of a minister, it's Rule 99, which is very clear roll call. And under roll call, colleagues, it means via any form of attending the House, which includes Zoom, we shall allow voting from wherever you are. So if you're on Zoom, you will vote. If you're here physically, you will vote. But if you are to vote on Zoom, you must appear on video so that you're clearly recorded. I don't want anyone to claim a voice, okay? So I've told you in advance so that you know how we are going to proceed today. Honorable Mwine Mpaka, Chairman Select Committee. And colleagues, I propose we give Honorable Mpaka a chance. It's a long report, okay? And let's listen to him in silence. He informed me in advance that some of the presentations will be via video. We have some video presentations also. So I informed the clerk in advance to ensure that we don't get any impact. Honorable Mpaka, let's listen to him in silence.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, allow me to lay on table the minutes and videos submitted by the various stakeholders. Allow me to lay on table the report and supporting documents. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, report of the Select Committee on the motion for a resolution of Parliament to pass a vote of censure against Honorable Persis Namuganza Princess, Minister of State for Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Introduction. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, at the first sitting of the third meeting of the second session of the 11th Parliament, held on Friday, 6th January 2023, Parliament constituted a Select Committee pursuant of Rule 1099, the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, to scrutinize and identify prima facie evidence to the allegations contained in the motion for the censure of Honorable Persis Namuganza Princess from the Office of State Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development, and to report back to the House. The committee was comprised of the following members: Honorable Mwine Mpaka, Honorable Wilfred Nwagaba, Honorable Mpindi Bumali, Honorable Charles Bakawulindi, Honorable Nancy Achora, Honorable Betty Ethel Naluima, Honorable Geoffrey Ekanya. The Select Committee was required to exercise its mandate and report back to the House within 15 days from the date of receipt of the censure motion, as required by Rule 10911 of the Rules of Procedure. The committee undertook the assignment and hereby reports. The background: on 1st March 2022, Parliament constituted an ad hoc committee to investigate the Nakawa Naguru land allocations following a member raising the matter on the floor and several media reports over the same. The committee presented its report to the House on 18th May 2022, wherein it recommended that Honorable Persis Namuganza be held accountable for abuse of office, for misleading Uganda Land Commission into allocation of land to individuals and entities without following presidential directives, which were non-existing. It further recommended that the appointing authority temporarily reveals Honorable Persis Namuganza of her duties to pave way for investigations by the relevant organs of government. Parliament adopted this report of the ad hoc committee with amendments. At the 7th sitting of the first meeting of the second session of the 11th Parliament held on Wednesday, 13th July 2022, Honorable Solomon Silwani, MP Bukoli County, rose on a point of procedure regarding an allegation of misconduct and misbehavior against Honorable Persis Namuganza Princess, Minister of Honorable Namuganza Princess, Minister of State for Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Honorable Suwani alleged that Honorable Namuganza took to social media and television bashing the operations of Parliament and questioning the powers and integrity of the presiding officers of Parliament to form ad hoc committees. The presiding officer referred the matter to the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline to examine the allegations and report back to the House. The Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline inquired into the allegations and found that based on the evidence presented to it, Honorable Namuganza made the alleged impugned statements on social media and during a television interview with NTV Uganda. The committee, among others, recommended that the House invokes 118(1)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Rule 106 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament to censure her. The House adopted the report of the committee on 7th December 2022 with amendments. On 9th December 2022, Honorable Court John Amos, Member of Parliament Agago North, notified the Clerk to Parliament of his intention to move a motion to censure Honorable Namuganza in accordance with Rule 1091, Appendix 2, attached. In compliance with Rule 1092 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the clerk, upon receipt of the notice of censure, notified members of Parliament by causing the notice the grounds and particulars supporting the grounds of the proposed censure motion to be pinned on the members' notice board. Upon notifying Parliament, the clerk to Parliament prepared and deposited with the sergeant at arms a list of all members of Parliament with an open space against each name for purposes of appending signatures as required by Rule 1093 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. The Speaker, upon verifying that the list had been appended by the required number of signatures within the required time, included the motion on the order paper for consideration by the House as required by Rule 1097 of the Rules of Procedure. On 3rd December 2022, Honorable Court John Amos moved a motion for resolution of Parliament to pass a vote of censure against Honorable Namuganza Princess, Minister for State Lands, Housing and Urban Development, under Article 1181B of the Constitution and Rule 106 and 109 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda. The motion was seconded by several members of Parliament. In accordance with Rule 1098 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the Speaker forwarded the motion, the supporting grounds, particulars, and supporting documents to the President for onward transmission to the concerned Minister. Pursuant of Rule 1099 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker caused the appointment of a select committee with the approval of the House to which the motion and all supporting documents were referred. Honorable members, the mandate of this select committee. The select committee derives its mandate from Article 90 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, which empowers Parliament to appoint committees necessary for the efficient discharge of its functions. The committee is established under Rule 1099 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, which requires the Speaker to cause the appointment of a select committee to which the motion for censure and all supporting documents shall be referred. The mandate of the committee is stipulated in Rule 1099 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, which provides that 14 days from the date of transmission of the motion to the President, the Speaker shall cause to be appointed a select committee to which the motion and all supporting documents shall be referred, and the committee shall A, scrutinize and identify prima facie evidence to the allegations in the motion, B, lead the House under the provision of Sub-Rule 11 herein in the proceedings of censure. Issues for determination, the committee sought to resolve the following: whether there is prima facie evidence to prove the allegations contained in the motion for resolution of Parliament to pass a vote of censure against Honorable Persis Namuganza, Minister for State Lands, Housing and Urban Development. 2, the findings and observations of the committee on the matter. The methodology: the committee, being cautious of its mandate and powers under the Constitution, the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, and its quasi-judicial status, employed the following: invited and granted opportunity to Honorable Namuganza Appendix 5, the mover and seconder of the motion, and the members of Parliament who had supplementing information to appear before the committee. B, held meetings during which it received oral and written submissions from the following: Honorable Court John Amos, MP Agago North County, mover of the motion, seconders of the motion, namely Honorable Musingu Ziona, Honorable Soru Morin, Honorable Tuichire Dan, Honorable Chemtai Evelyn, Honorable Anya Gilbert, Honorable Meru Susan. The members of Parliament with supplementing information pursuant of Rule 10910 B, Honorable Solomon Silwani, Honorable Sarah Pendi. Mr. Pande Norman of Mwanja and Pande advocates, who claimed to have been instructed by Honorable Persis Namuganza Princess to represent her in the proceedings of the committee, Appendix 8. C, reviewed written memoranda from witnesses as follows: a presentation by Honorable Court John Amos, move of the motion to the Select Committee on the censure of Honorable Persis Namuganza Princess. 2, a presentation made by Honorable Tuichire Dan, second of the motion, to the Select Committee investigating the petition of the censure of Honorable Namuganza, State Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development. 3, answers to questions posed by the committee to the petitioners jointly presented by Honorable Court John Amos and Honorable Tuichire Dan Chimosho, Appendix 11. A letter dated 12th January 2023 from Mwanja and Pande advocates addressed to the Speaker of Parliament, the Clerk to Parliament, the Chairperson of the Select Committee, presented to the committee by Mr. Pande Norman of Mwanja and Pande advocates, Appendix 12. Reviewed relevant documents including the notice of censure against Honorable Persis Namuganza, notice of motion to move a motion of censure under Rule 109 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament against Honorable Persis Namuganza, Motion for resolution of Parliament pass a vote of censure against Honorable Persis Namuganza. Report of the Standing Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the inquiry into the allegations of misconduct and misbehavior of Honorable Persis Namuganza. A transcript of the proceedings of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline for Monday, 12th September 2022, Tuesday 13th September 2022, Wednesday 14th September 2022, Thursday 15th September 2022, Wednesday 21st September 2022, and Tuesday 27th September 2022. Minutes of the meetings of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the inquiry into the allegations of misconduct and misbehavior against Honorable Namuganza. Hansard of the plenary proceedings of Tuesday 1st March 2022. Hansard of the plenary proceedings Wednesday 18th March 2022. Hansard of the plenary proceedings Wednesday 13th July 2022. Hansard of the plenary proceedings Wednesday 7th December 2022. Hansard of the plenary proceedings Friday 23rd December 2022. Hansard of the plenary proceedings Friday 6th January 2023. E. Received, viewed, and verified video recordings submitted by the witnesses. Received applicable laws, applicable laws, namely the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, case law, particularly from parliaments and courts of Commonwealth countries, treaties and papers on Commonwealth parliamentary proceedings and practices. The committee, being mindful of its quasi-judicial status, the rules of natural justice, and the constitutional right of the member to a fair hearing, under Article 28, 42, and 44 of the Constitution, resolved that Honorable Namuganza A was innocent of the allegations contained in the motion until proven guilty, and the burden was on the mover of the motion to prove the allegations contained in the motion. B had a right to be represented by counsel of her choice. C was at liberty to attend any meeting of the committee held for the purpose of receiving evidence from witnesses, and that she would, if she so wished, to be given an opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses. D had a right to access all the evidence that was adduced before the committee by witnesses. Accordingly, the committee did the following: availed Honorable Namuganza with a schedule of the meetings of the committee, the motion of censure, all supporting documents. This was done via the letter dated Monday, 9th January 2023, informing her that a select committee had been constituted to scrutinize and identify prima facie evidence of the allegations contained in the motion for censure against her, forwarded a copy of the motion and the supporting documents and the schedule of the meetings of the committee, inviting her to appear before the committee and defend herself against the allegations, and informing her of her rights, including her right to attend the meetings of the committee with witnesses and to cross-examine them, as mentioned above, supra. Informed her of the categories of witnesses, namely the mover and seconders of the motion, and any other member of parliament who had supplementary information that would appear before the committee. And lastly, transmitted all the evidence tendered by witnesses before the committee via letters dated Thursday, 12th January 2023 and Friday, 13th January 2023, and the audio recordings of the proceedings of the committee with the witnesses, Appendix 19. Grounds in the motion for the censure of Honorable Namuganza Princess. The motion for censure against Honorable Namuganza was moved under Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution and Rules 106 and 109 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Article 118(1) of the Constitution prescribes specific grounds upon which a minister may be censured, and these grounds as follows: A, abuse of office or willful violation of the oath of allegiance or oath of office. B, misconduct or misbehavior. C, physical or mental incapacity, namely that he or she is incapable of performing the functions of his or her office by reason of physical or mental incapacity. D, mismanagement, and lastly, incompetence. The committee notes that the grounds prescribed in Article 1181 of the Constitution are the only grounds upon which a minister may be removed. This principle was reaffirmed by the court cases of Brigadier Tumukunde versus the Attorney General and another Supreme Court Constitutional Appeal number 2, and Saverino Twino Sinje versus the Attorney General, Constitutional Petition 47 of 2011. Accordingly, the committee scrutinized the motion and all the supporting documents and the Hansard of the plenary proceedings of 23rd December 2022 to establish whether the grounds on which the motion was moved are provided for under Article 118 of the Constitution. The text of the motion, as moved in the House by Honorable Court John Amos, is reproduced as follows: Motion for resolution of Parliament pass a vote of censure against Honorable Namuganza Princess, State Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development, moved under Article 118 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda 1995 and Rule 106 and 109 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament passes a vote of censure against Honorable Namgaza, Princess Minister for State for Lands, Housing and Urban Development on grounds of misbehavior and misconduct. Committee findings. From the text of the motion, the committee found that the grounds for the purpose of censure for Honorable Namgaza are misconduct or misbehavior, which are provided for under Article 1181 B of the Constitution. Having established that the grounds in the motion are those provided for in Article 118 of the Constitution, the committee resolved that the grounds specified in the censure motion were the only grounds upon which it would receive evidence to establish whether there was a prima facie case or not. Objections raised by Mr. Pande Norman of the Mr. Pande Norman to the proceedings of the committee. Honorable members, Mr. Pande Norman raised several objections, so we thought we would respond to them before we got into the serious business. Mr. Pande Norman of Mwanja and Pande Advocates appeared before the committee on Friday, 13th January 2023, in a meeting which had been convened to grant an opportunity to Honorable Namgaza to defend herself against the allegations contained in the motion. He claimed that he had received instructions from Honorable Namgaza to represent her in the proceedings of the committee. However, when asked to present proof of the said instruction, Mr. Pande stated that he was unable to obtain written instructions from Honorable Namgaza, given the short notice within which she was required to appear before the committee at the prompting of the committee to make a phone call to Honorable Namgaza. So the committee asked Mr. Pande to make a phone call to Honorable Namgaza to send us these instructions. Mr. Pande stated that he had attempted to call Honorable Namgaza in that day's meeting, but she did not answer the several calls he made to her. He requested the committee to allow him present the letter of instructions from Honorable Namgaza as soon as he was able to reach her. The committee considered his request and granted him audience on condition that he submits the instructions by Monday, 16th January 2023 at 9 a.m. However, by the time of writing this report, the committee had not received the said instructions up to now. Notwithstanding the failure of Mr. Pande to provide written instructions from his client, Honorable Namgaza, the committee allowed him to present a letter dated 12th January 2023, which was addressed to several persons, including the Speaker of Parliament, the Deputy Speaker, the Clerk of Parliament, and the Chairperson of the Select Committee, containing several objections in the proceedings of the committee as follows. That his client, Honorable Namgaza, was not given adequate time to prepare and defend herself on the allegations contained in the motion for her censor to cross-examine the witnesses, since the letter from the clerk to the Parliament dated 9th January 2023 inviting her to appear before the committee on 12th and 13th January 2023 was delivered on 10th January, giving her short notice of the meetings. B, that his client was not given publications that were referred to in the motion for her censor, and therefore she was unable to defend herself against the said allegations or provide context of the statement she had been called to defend herself against. C, that the censor proceedings were sub judice, as they were the subject of court cases, namely High Court Miscellaneous Cause number 280 of 2022, Miscellaneous Application number 717 of 2022, Namgaza Passes Princess versus Attorney General, and the Clerk to Parliament Constitutional Petition number 41 of 2022, Miscellaneous Application number 19 of 2022, Miscellaneous Application number 20
Colleagues, order.
of 2022, all of which had been fixed for hearing on 13th April 2023, 1st March 2023, and 17th March 2023, respectively. D, and lastly, that his client was unable to appear before the committee and defend herself against the allegations contained in the motion for the aforestated reasons.
Mr. Chairman, yes, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, please, can we have order in the house? Let's listen to the chairman. Okay? Okay? Chairman, they say you are rapping. So if you could reduce on the yeah. So continue, but let's listen to him in silence. Okay. Thank you.
He prayed that the proceedings be suspended for the above reasons. The committee considered the objections and ruled as below. Inadequate time to appear and defend herself. Mr. Pande Norman contended that Honorable Namgaza had not been given adequate time to prepare and defend herself, to cross-examine the witnesses, since the letter from the clerk inviting her to appear before the committee on 12th and 13th January 2023 was delivered on 10th January 2023, giving a short notice of the meetings. The committee, being cognizant of the adequate time to prepare a defense, is one of the essential ingredients of the right to a fair hearing in accordance with Article 28(3)(c) of the Constitution, and mindful of the fact that the right to a fair hearing is sacrosanct and non-derogable, and a non-derogable right under Article 44 of the Constitution, ruled as follows: that Article 1184 and Rule 1098 require the Speaker to forward the text of the motion for censure, the supporting grounds, particulars, and supporting documents to the President within 72 hours of moving the motion for onward transmission to the concerned minister. That the evidence on record shows that the Speaker complied with the Constitution and Rule 1098 as communicated by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker on the 23rd December 2022. Therefore, upon forwarding the documents to the President, Honorable Namuganza had been effectively served. That it was the duty of the President to transmit the documents of censure forwarded to him by the Speaker to Honorable Namuganza, and therefore Honorable Namuganza is presumed to have been served. That further, under Rule 1099 of the committee, 1099, the committee was constituted 14 days from the date of transmission of the motion to the President, implying that Honorable Namuganza was already aware of the censure proceedings that had ensued against her before the committee was constituted. F, that the censure proceedings have a strict timeline prescribed by Article 118 of the Constitution and Rule 109 of the Rules of Procedure, which cannot be extended. G, that therefore Honorable Namuganza had been accorded adequate time to prepare and appear before the committee as required by the law. The committee therefore found no merit in this particular objection and accordingly overruled it. The second issue that was raised was full disclosure of evidence. Mr. Pande further contended that his client, Honorable Namuganza, had not been given publications that were referred to in the motion of her censure, and therefore she was unable to defend herself against the said allegations or provide context of the statements which she had been called to defend herself against. When asked by the committee to clarify what he meant by publications and which documents he expected from the committee at the onset of the proceedings, other than the motion and supporting documents, Mr. Pande did not provide the said clarification, neither did he prove clarity on the documents he had received from his client, and yet in his letter, he claimed to have perused through the attachments to the invitation letter which was addressed to his client and not him. Mr. Pande was reminded of the mandate of the committee under Rule 109, which is to scrutinize and identify prima facie evidence to the allegations in the motion, and that at that time, the committee set out the invitation to Honorable Namuganza to appear before it. The committee had not received evidence from the witnesses other than the motion and the supporting documents. Additionally, the committee informed Mr. Pande that in a letter dated 9th January 2023, Honorable Namuganza was invited to attend the meetings of the committee to receive evidence from witnesses on Thursday, 12th January 2023, and forwarded the schedule of the meetings to her. However, Honorable Namuganza did not appear or send a representative. The committee further informed him that via its letter dated 12th January, it forwarded the evidence it had received from the witnesses to Honorable Namuganza. So on 12th, all the evidence we received, we again forwarded it to Honorable Namuganza. Accordingly, the committee overruled the objection. 5.3, the last one, objection on grounds of sub judice. Mr. Pande contended that the censure proceedings were sub judice as they were the subject of court cases, namely High Court Miscellaneous Cause number 280 of 2022, Miscellaneous Application number 717 of 2022, Honorable Namuganza Passes Princess versus Attorney General and the Clerked Parliament, Constitutional Petition number 41 of 2022, Miscellaneous Application number 19 of 2022, and Miscellaneous Application number 20 of 2022, all of which had been fixed for hearing on the 13th April 2023, 1st March 2023, 17th March 2023, respectively. Upon raising the objection on grounds of sub judice, the committee requested Mr. Pande to provide information to justify the ground as required by Rule 73(4) of the Rules of Procedure. In response, Mr. Pande stated that the Clerked Parliament and Attorney General were parties to the said court proceedings. They had been served with the court documents and had filed responses in court, meaning that they were aware of the court cases. He further stated that it was the mandate of the Speaker to decide on the grounds of sub judice, and that he was only duty bound to provide documents justifying the grounds of sub judice to the Speaker and not to the committee. The committee noted with concern the recalcitrant behavior of Mr. Pande, but nonetheless granted him audience. It informed him that the Deputy Speaker had delivered a ruling on the sub judice ground of Honorable Namganza at the plenary sitting held on 23rd December 2023, supra as above, and therefore the matter of sub judice had been settled. The chairperson read to him the ruling of the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker verbatim. In response, Mr. Pande stated that the ruling of the Deputy Speaker on 23rd December 2022 was in respect to constitutional petition number 41 of 2022, but not in respect to miscellaneous cause 28 of 2022 and miscellaneous application number 717 of 2022, since the grounds of sub judice had not been raised in respect to those cases, and therefore the Speaker was required to make a ruling on those cases. The committee sought guidance from the Speaker, who in a letter dated 13th January 2023, Appendix 20, addressed the chairperson of the committee and copied to Mr. Mwanje and Pande advocates, guided that the matter was not sub judice since miscellaneous application number 717 of 2022 and miscellaneous cause number 28 of 2023 did not relate in any way to the proceedings of censure being handled by the committee, but they related to her request to be availed with copies of the answered and records of parliamentary proceedings relating to the proceedings of the 7th December 2022, and further that the cases were all fixed for hearing after the select committee had been appointed. In light of the above, in light of the Speaker's guidance, the committee resolved to proceed with the inquiry and accordingly wrote to Honorable Namganza on 13th January 2023, Appendix 21, requiring her to attend before it and defend herself against the allegations in the motion. On Monday, so we added her another day. On Monday, 16th January 2023, in the communication, the committee reminded Honorable Namganza of her rights to legal representation and forwarded to her all the other additional evidence that was adduced by the witnesses in support of the motion. Accordingly, the committee overruled the objection of sub judice. Now, this submission of the witnesses. At the onset of the inquiry, the committee invited the move of the motion for censure, Honorable Court John Amos, the seconders of the motion, the members of parliament against whom the motion for censure was moved, Honorable Namganza Princess, and any other member of parliament who may have supplementary information to appear before it to adduce evidence to prove or disapprove the allegations made in the motion. Below is a summary of the submission of the witnesses and the evidence that they adduced. Submission of Honorable Court John Amos, MP Agago North County, and move of the motion of censure for censure. At the onset of his submission, Honorable Court John Amos made an attempt to amend the motion for censure to include an additional ground of censure, to wit, abuse of office, to which the committee rejected, and informed him that Rule 109 restricts the committee to consideration of only the grounds stated in the motion. Honorable Court John Amos made written presentations as above, as follows. He moved a motion in the House for resolution of Parliament to pass a vote of censure against Honorable Persis Namganza from the office of the Minister for State Lands and Housing and Urban Development, and Article 118 of the Constitution and Rule 106 and 109 of the Rules of Procedure and of Parliament on grounds of misconduct and misbehavior. B, that the matter has prompted him to move a motion in the House which form justification for the censure as follows. That the conduct of Honorable Namganza was examined by the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline in its report to the inquiry into the allegations of misconduct and misbehavior against Honorable Namganza, and found that on 21st and 22nd May 2022, and again on 12th and 13th July 2022, Honorable Namganza made statements about Parliament in the media and social media attacking the operations of Parliament, questioning the powers of Parliament, the integrity of the presiding officers of Parliament, and imputing improper motive to Parliament and its presiding officers. 2, that in finding Honorable Namganza guilty of misbehavior and misconduct, the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline received, evaluated, and admitted various pieces of evidence, including excerpts from the Daily Monitor online newspaper, 22nd May 2022, with the heading "Parliament has no power to suspend me Namganza." Video recordings of the interview of Honorable Namganza held with NTV Uganda, which aired on NTV Kusawemu and NTV Weekend Edition bulletins, respectively, on Friday, 21st May 2022. That the above evidence was not tributed by Honorable Namganza, making it admissible to prove a matter. That the actions of Honorable Namganza attacking the operations of Parliament, questioning the powers of Parliament, the integrity of the presiding officers of Parliament, and imputing improper motive to Parliament and its presiding officers fall below the standard expected of a member of Parliament. That the conduct of Honorable Namganza breached the standard of conduct expected of a member of parliament as stipulated in Rule 85 and paragraphs 2, 3, and 5 of the Code of Conduct for members of parliament as stipulated in Appendix F of the Rules of Procedure. That apart from breach of Appendix F of the Rules of Procedure, Honorable Namganza breached Rule 224 on contempt of parliament by acting contemptuously when she disregarded lawful directives, disrespected the exercise of lawful parliamentary powers, and has continuously engaged in conduct that has brought disrepute to members and the image of parliament. E, that in addition to the evidence of misconduct and misbehavior highlighted in the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline, Honorable Namganza in an interview held with NBS held on 9th December 2022, again accused the presiding officers of parliament of bias, defiling the constitution, declaring parliament's consideration of the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the inquiry into allegations of misconduct and behavior against Honorable Namganza, State Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development, and constitutional. That in the same NBS interview, Honorable Namganza accused the Right Honorable Speaker Anita Among of having personal vendetta against her, a matter she repeated on several occasions without substantiating. That the total sum of her conduct constitutes misconduct and misbehavior and falls short of the standard of decent behavior and conduct expected of a member of parliament and the rule of procedure of parliament. That on 7th December 2022, during consideration of the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline, Honorable Namganza was granted an opportunity to apologize to the House, the institution of parliament, its presiding officers, and members of parliament. And in spite of the pleas from many members of parliament, including senior members of cabinet, the Prime Minister, Honorable Namganza, refused to render the apology. That in view of the above, censoring Honorable Namganza from the office of the Minister for State, Lands, Housing and Urban Development was the most befitting punishment for her misconduct and misbehavior, and that it would restore public confidence in Parliament and send a strong message to all members of Parliament to adhere to the standards of behavior and conduct expected of them under rules of procedure of Parliament. Honorable Court adduced the following evidence in support of the censor: a notice of censure against Honorable Namganza Princess, a notice of motion to move a motion of censure under Rule 109 of the Rules of Procedure, motion for resolution of Parliament pass a vote of censure against Honorable Namganza, a report of the Standing Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the inquiry into the allegations of misconduct and misbehavior, transcripts of the proceedings of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on Monday, 12 September 2022, Tuesday, 13 September 2022, Wednesday, 14 September 2022, Thursday, 15 September 2022, Wednesday, 21 September 2022, and Tuesday, 27 September 2022. Minutes of the meetings of the Committee on Rules, Privileges, Discipline on the inquiry into the allegation of misconduct against Honorable Namganza, Minister for State for Lands, Housing and Urban Development, printouts of WhatsApp messages from the official WhatsApp group of Parliament, WhatsApp group of the 11th Parliament named 11th Parliament official, article from the Daily Monitor, online newspaper of 22nd May 2022 with the heading "Parliament has no power to suspend me Namganza," Appendix 23, a flash disk containing the following video recordings of the interview of Honorable Namganza held on NTV Uganda, which aired on NTV Kusawemu and NTV Weekend Edition bulletins respectively on Friday, 21st May 2022, video recordings of the interview of Honorable Namganza held with NBS on 9th December 2022, video recordings of the past conduct of Honorable Namganza picked from various media houses. Honorable Court showed the committee the video recordings as highlighted some of the statements alleged by Honorable Namganza, which he claimed constituted misconduct and misbehavior within the meaning of Article 118 of the Constitution. He stated that in an interview Honorable Namganza held with NTV Uganda, which had on NTV Kusawemu and NTV Weekend Edition bulletins respectively, Friday, 21st May 2022, which was examined in the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline, Honorable Namganza referred to the report of the ad hoc committee on the Nakawa Naguru land allocations as fake and a biased report. That in an interview with NBS Television on 9th December 2022, following consideration of the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the inquiry into the allegations of misconduct and misbehavior against her, on the 7th December 2022, Honorable Namganza accused the presiding officers, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, of defiling the Constitution and referred to the consideration of the report of the committee as unconstitutional. That in the same NBS interview, Honorable Namganza alleged that the presiding officers of Parliament had created an environment of fear and intimidation aimed at restraining members from exercising their constitutional mandate, allegations which were not true. Honorable Court further took the committee through videos of the past conduct of Honorable Namuganza from the various media houses, including a video where Honorable Namuganza allegedly disrespected the Commission of Inquiry for land matters and incited the public to attack the former Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, and the Chabazinga of Busoga. When asked by the committee on the relevance of the evidence of the past conduct of Honorable Namuganza and why he thought that censure was the most befitting punishment, Honorable Court stated that the evidence of the past conduct of Honorable Namuganza was relevant for the purpose of demonstrating that Honorable Namuganza was not a first-time offender and therefore deserved to be severely punished by way of censure to send a strong message that similar conduct in the future would not be condoned. Submission by Honorable Tuichire Dan, MP Kazo County. Second of the motion, Honorable Tuichire Dan made written representations above as follows. That Honorable Namuganza made utterances against the institution of Parliament and its leadership at various fora and had consistently put the Parliament of Uganda into disrepute from the 10th to the 11th Parliament. He adduced the following evidence. An online newspaper article, Parliament has no power to suspend me Namuganza, published in the Daily Monitor of Sunday, May 22nd, 2022, where Honorable Namuganza allegedly made the following statements. Members of Parliament debating things which they do not know about, and finally passing resolutions they actually don't know. On this basis, first of all, I belong to the executive and I know they will pass the resolution to the executive for confirmation, and I am sure that the executive is sober and will not act the way they acted. A photocopy of the Daily Monitor newspaper of Monday, 23rd May 2022, with an article of Parliament, Parliament committees are like torture chambers, says Namuganza, in which Namuganza quoted to have referred to committees of Parliament as torture chambers and to have castigated some committees for subjecting investors, witnesses, and VIPs to embarrassment and torture whenever they appear for discussions and hearings. A flash disk containing various video recordings, Appendix 27, fake report where Namuganza allegedly referred to the report of the ad hoc committee on the Nakao-Naguru land allocations as a fake report full of bias. Ignorant Parliament, where Namuganza allegedly referred to Parliament. We are going to play these videos where Honorable Namuganza allegedly referred to Parliament as ignorant by making statements that this report was misleading members of Parliament debating things which they do not know about, and finally passing resolutions which they actually don't know. Minister Namuganza storms out of rules, wherein these are the titles of the videos that were submitted. Minister Namuganza storms out of rules, wherein Honorable Namuganza allegedly stormed out of the meeting of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline, which was investigating her alleged misconduct. Minister refuses to apologize, where Honorable Namuganza allegedly refused to apologize to the House after being found guilty of misconduct and misbehavior in the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline in her allegations of misconduct and misbehavior against her. B, that in the above video recordings, Honorable Namuganza insulted and demeaned the institution of Parliament, its leadership, and that her conduct denigrated the integrity of not only the House, but that of its membership and the executive. And it was an embarrassment to the House, its membership, and by extension, the executive and the appointing authority. That Honorable Namuganza further vulgarized her conduct by making the censure process appear to be as a result of a personal war between herself and the Right Honorable Speaker, Anita Annette Among. He adduced evidence of a flash disk, Appendix 28, containing a video recording from an interview between Honorable Namuganza and Baba Television, aired on 13th December 2020, wherein Honorable Namuganza allegedly attributed the ongoing censure process against her to a personal matter of the marriage of the Right Honorable Speaker, Anita Annette Among, to Honorable Moses Magogo, and another video recording entitled Even Dogs Fall in Love, wherein Honorable Namuganza stated in Uganda that name was Zewasa, which he loosely translated to mean even dogs marry, in reference to the marriage of the Speaker. Honorable members, honorable members.
Order, Chairman, just a minute. Colleagues, let's listen to our colleague so that he can finish and then we give you time to debate. and then you will express all your feelings towards this matter.
Honorable members, this is the evidence that was submitted by the witnesses. The committee has not yet evaluated them. That he found that the above utterances.
Honorable Mpaka, for the avoidance of doubt, Honorable, you are mbwa teka ma, you're not mbwa. So please take your seat.
That he found the above utterances unparliamentary and constituted conduct and becoming of a member of parliament, more so a minister. That the rules provide adequate remedies to members of parliament who are dissatisfied with anything done by the House, and that as members of parliament, they were expected to set a good example in terms of compliance with the rules, and not act in a wanton manner like Honorable Namganza did in the video clips he presented to the committee. That he found Honorable Namganza was not a first-time member of parliament, and she was also a minister who was aware of the procedure for challenging decisions in the House, and she should therefore not be excused of her misconduct. That they took a decision to express their dissatisfaction and displeasure in the only way permissible in the Constitution, which was by passing a vote of censure against Honorable Namganza to deter similar misconduct in the future and restore the dignity of Parliament. Honorable Tuishire urged the committee to consider the evidence of the past conduct of Honorable Namganza as it was intended to prove that Honorable Namganza was not a first-time offender who should be given a lenient punishment, and that the only befitting punishment was censure, so that she can serve as an example to other members who plan on engaging in similar misconduct in future. 6.3 submission by Honorable Gilbert Olanya, MP Kilak County. Honorable Gilbert Olanya made the oral submission as follows: that the previous conduct of Honorable Namganza should be taken into consideration in determining this matter, since it served the purpose of proving that Honorable Namganza was a habitual offender who ought to be severely punished. B, that he associated himself with the submission of the move of the motion, Honorable Court John Amos. 6.4, submission by Honorable Yona Musinguzi, MP Ntungamo Municipality, that the framers of the Constitution envisage situations of ministers with questionable conduct, such as Honorable Namganza, and that is why they enacted Article 118 of the Constitution. That he associated himself with the submission of the move of the motion, Honorable Court John Amos. Honorable Amero Susan, District Woman Representative, Amuria District, that the attack on the marriage of the Right Honorable Speaker by Honorable Namganza was uncalled for, since this was a private matter which was not in any way related to the matters for which she had been investigated. B, that she associated herself with the submission of Honorable Court and appealed to the committee to admit the evidence presented. 6.6, Honorable Silwani Solomon, MP Bukoli County Central, that Honorable Namganza was in the habit of attacking fellow leaders, and that she had on several occasions attacked the former Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, and the Chawazinga of Busoga, which culminated into her suspension from the Busoga Parliamentary Caucus. He had used evidence of a flash disk appendix 29 containing a video recording of entitled Clip 1 and another entitled Namganza Attacks Kadaga in the 10th Parliament, wherein Honorable Namganza allegedly attacked the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, the Chawazinga of Busoga, and other leaders of Busoga in Busoga, and incited the public to stone the Chawazinga of Busoga. B, that as a minister, Honorable Namganza was expected to portray a good public image. For her to attack the Chawazinga, her conduct was unbecoming of a leader. C, that the evidence he had used showed that Honorable Namganza was a repeat offender who had on numerous occasions attacked the presiding officers of Parliament, and that the past had been a subject of investigation by the Parliamentary Committee and other parliamentary groups for unbecoming conduct. And lastly, that as a repeat offender, Honorable Namganza should be severely punished by censoring her. Lastly, Honorable Sarah Opendi, District Woman Representative, Tororo District. Honorable Sarah Opendi made an oral submission as follows: that she was a member of the ad hoc committee on the Nakawa Naguru land and participated in the proceedings of the Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline on the inquiry into the allegations of misconduct and misbehavior against Honorable Namganza as a witness. that she was appearing before the committee to disprove the allegations that Honorable Namuganza made in the House on 7th December 2022 during consideration of the report on the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline to the effect that the censure proceedings were initiated against her to set a personal grudge relating to the legal issues allegedly surrounding the marriage of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Anita Annette Among. That Honorable Namuganza reiterated the same allegations in an interview with NBS TV held on December 2022 on Baba Television, that the marriage of the Right Honorable Speaker began with a traditional marriage ceremony on 30th July 2022 and a wedding on 31st July 2022, at which she was the matron of honor. And yet matters leading to the sense of Honorable Namuganza were raised by Honorable Silwani Solomon during a sitting of Parliament held on Wednesday, 13th December,
Procedure.
13th July.
Procedure.
So Speaker, Rule 109, under which the chair is reporting, restricts him to leading and actually provides an opportunity to the mover of the motion himself to make the case. But the chair is doing both. The procedural issue I am raising is whether the chair should not be briefed to allow, as the rule says, the mover of the motion to make the case, Mr. Speaker.
This is a report, then we'll do.
Thank you. Please, colleagues. The chairperson of the committee and the committee were given a task to establish whether there is a prima facie case or not. For them to do that, they had to scrutinize evidence deeply. And they must, whatever they found is not theirs. It's for the House, which will guide the House. So to me, the chairperson is reading. And for clarification, the chair, the mover of the motion will only come in, otherwise he presented all the evidence to the committee, and this is the evidence which the committee has scrutinized and is giving us a report. So for him, he will only come in if the committee maybe did not agree with his evidence or left out very substantial evidence. And I expect the move of the motion not to take more than 2 minutes, because all his evidence has been presented in each and every way. So the chairperson is reading us, and the rules don't give you a limit to where he reads. He can lead us until tomorrow. So that's so chairperson, please continue reading us, but don't lead us too far.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. That the marriage of the Right Honorable Speaker began with a traditional marriage ceremony on 30th July 2022 and a wedding on 31st July 2022, at which she was the matron of honor, and yet matters leading to the sense of Honorable Namuganza were raised by Honorable Silwani Solomon during a sitting of Parliament held on Wednesday, 13th July 2022, which was presided over by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker. Therefore, the issues allegedly surrounding the marriage could not be the cause of the censure proceedings against Honorable Namuganza. Lastly, that the allegations were malicious, unfounded, and not true, since the Right Honorable Speaker had not presided over the proceedings related to or dealing with any matter involving the sense of Honorable Namuganza, and there was nothing personal or a conflict between her and Honorable Namuganza. Honorable Saropendi adduced evidence to the Hansard of the plenary proceedings of Wednesday, 13th July 2022, Appendix 30. Now, honorable members, before we had to look at the evidence and see which one is admissible and which one is not, we thought we would also be clear on the appearance and the defense on Honorable Namuganza. Honorable Namuganza did not appear before the committee as required, despite having been informed of and invited for the meetings of the committee on Thursday, 12th January 2023, to receive the submissions, cross-examine the witnesses that were to appear before the committee if she so wished, and to further appear on Friday, 13th January 2023 to defend herself against the allegations in the motion. Mr. Pande Norman appeared before the committee on Friday, 13th January 2023, claiming that he had instructions from Honorable Namuganza to represent her, but he did not present proof of the said instructions. What this means is even the minister can come here and deny having sent someone because we are not sure we met the right person. However, in his submission, Mr. Pande informed the committee that he had perused through the attachments to the letter inviting his client, Honorable Namuganza, to appear before the committee. The committee granted Honorable Namuganza another opportunity to appear before it and defend herself against the allegations in the motion and in a letter dated 13th January 2023, inviting her to appear before the committee on Monday, 16th January 2023 at 9 a.m. In the same letter, the committee asked Honorable Namuganza to confirm whether she had instructed Mr. Pande Norman to represent her in the proceedings of the committee as her counsel. On Monday, 16th January 2023, the committee waited for Honorable Namuganza the whole day, but she neither appeared nor sent a representative. As earlier noted, the committee transmitted the evidence it received from the witnesses to Honorable Namuganza on 12th and 13th January 2023, but she did not respond to the allegations contained in the motion. She did not adduce any evidence to disapprove any allegation made by the witnesses or rebut the evidence adduced by the witnesses. The committee took cognizance of the principle in the case of Fox Odoi versus Attorney General, Constitutional Petition number 54 of 2013, that the right to be heard is limited to the opportunity to be heard, and where a tribunal avails to an individual an opportunity to be heard, and that individual fails to or refuses to appear before it, it cannot be stated that he or she was denied the right to be heard, and the principle in further Nasensio Begumisa and 3 others versus Eric Tiveranga, Supreme Court Civil Appeal number 17 of 2004, Kampala Law Reports, page 236, that where the plaintiff appears and the defendant does not appear when the suit is called on for hearing, if the court is satisfied with the summons or notice of hearing was duly served, it may proceed ex parte. The committee found, as a matter of fact, Honorable Namuganza was duly served with the letters inviting her to appear before the committee, together with the schedule of the meetings, and the evidence was adduced before the evidence that was adduced before the committee. Therefore, the committee resolved to proceed with the matter ex parte. The committee, being cognizant of the fact that the burden of proof lay with the mover of the motion, proceeded to scrutinize the prima facie, scrutinize and identify whether there was a prima facie evidence to the allegations in the motion as required by Rule 1099A of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. 7, consideration and of the admissibility of the evidence adduced by the witnesses. As earlier noted, the committee received various pieces of oral, documentary, and electronic evidence from the witnesses in support of the motion. The committee, being mindful of its mandates to scrutinize and identify prima facie evidence to prove the allegations contained in the motion, scrutinize the evidence having regard to the rules of evidence in the Evidence Act, Chapter 6 of the laws of Uganda, and decided cases. Accordingly, the committee subjected the evidence to the principle of relevance and admissibility. The committee also considered the authenticity of the evidence adduced by the witnesses, since the authenticity and genuineness of evidence is a condition antecedent to its admissibility. 7.1, admissibility of evidence adduced by Honorable Court Amos. The committee scrutinized the evidence adduced by Honorable Court Amos in support of the motion with a view of establishing whether it was relevant and admissible as noted here under. The report of the Standing Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline in the inquiry into the allegations of misconduct and misbehavior against Honorable Namuganza Princess MP Bukono County and Minister for State Housing and Urban Development, and appendices there too. The transcripts of the proceedings of the committee and minutes of the meeting of the committee. This is the evidence he produced. The above documentary evidence was admitted since it relates to evidence of parliamentary proceedings, which upon being laid in a parliament and adopted become public documents, which are admissible under Section 79 of the Evidence Act. Printouts of the WhatsApp messages allegedly posted by Honorable Namuganza on the official WhatsApp group of the 11th Parliament, namely 11th Parliament official. If you can put a printout of those messages on the screen, respectively. Printouts were admitted. No, that is a newspaper. There are printouts of the WhatsApp messages. The printouts were admitted in evidence since they were part of the documents annexed to the report of the Committee on the Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the inquiry into the allegations of misconduct and misbehavior against Honorable Namganza, and the authenticity of the evidence was verified by the witnesses who appeared, who are members of the WhatsApp group and the admins of the WhatsApp group, as indicated at pages 14, 21, 24, 25 of the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline. C, Daily Monitor online newspaper of 22nd May, you can project it, of 22nd May 2022 with the heading Parliament has no power to suspend me, Namuganza. The committee noted that whereas newspapers are generally not admissible in evidence since they are considered to be hearsay, the evidence was admitted as it was considered relevant to the allegations into the inquiry within the meaning of Section 4 of the Evidence Act. In addition, the evidence was verified by the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline through the submission of Julian Mwine, the head of the news at NTV Uganda, who stated that the interview was conducted by NTV, that is the article, was conducted by NTV reporters at Parliament and aired on NTV Kusawemu and NTV Weekend Edition bulletins respectively on Friday 21st May 2022, and provided a link from which the said interview could be downloaded. Based on the submission, the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline concluded that the statements which were quoted in the Daily Monitor newspaper of 22nd May 2022 were reproduced from the interview Honorable Namganza held with NTV Uganda, aired on NTV Friday 21st May 2022. Furthermore, the Select Committee wrote to the Managing Director of NTV Uganda requesting him to authenticate the video recordings of the interview Honorable Namganza held with NTV Uganda on 21st May 2022, among other recordings that the witnesses had adduced in evidence. In response, Julian Mwine, the head of news at NTV, via emails dated 17th and 18th January 2023, forwarded a link from which the video could be downloaded, Appendix 31, which further confirmed the authenticity of the newspaper article. Video recording of the interview Honorable Namganza held with NTV Uganda, which aired on NTV Kusawemu and NTV Weekend Edition bulletins, respectively. Kindly play the videos. Sound.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Alipoota y'akakiiko ka Parliamentary ak'enjawulo ku ttaka lya Nakawa Naggulu. Minisita Pacis Namuganza nga mu kiseera ettaka we lyagabirwa ye yali minisita omubeezi ow'ettaka. Yamusingisa omusango gw'okukozesa obubi ofiisi n'obuyinza bwe n'agabira amakampuni n'abantu ssekinnoomu ettaka lino.
The committee for
amakampani kwaliko Anil Damani, Seven Hills ne Princeton Children's Medical Center, nga kakiiko kagamba nti amakampuni gano tegaagoberera mitendera ate nga n'ensimbi ez'okukulaakulanya ettaka tegaazirina.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Chairman,
Earlier
please
this week,
continue. Once
the ad
they
hoc
get
committee
ready
on
with the
Nakawa Naggulu land
they will
saga
alert me,
phoned me.
then you
The
play
committee considered the video recordings of the interview, which aired on NTV Weekend Edition bulletins, admissible since its authenticity was verified by the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline through the submission of Mrs. Julian Mwine, the head of NTV News and at NTV Uganda, to the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline, who confirmed that the committee, that the interview was conducted by NTV reporters at Parliament and aired on NTV Weekend Edition bulletins on Friday 21st May 2022. In addition, Ms. Julian Mwine confirmed to the Select Committee via emails dated 17th and 18th January 2023 above that the stories were aired by NTV on 21st May 2022 and provided a link from which they could be downloaded. However, the committee did not admit the evidence of the video recordings of the interview which aired on NTV Kusawemu, since this was not in English. Since this was not in English language as required by Article 6 of the Constitution of Uganda and Rule 4 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, and a translation thereof was not provided to the committee by the mover of the motion. Video recordings of the interview Honorable Namganza held with NBS on 9th December 2022. Is the sound clear? Whereas the committee found the above evidence relevant to the facts in issue since it relates to the conduct of Honorable Namganza following consideration of the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on which the grounds for the motion were pegged. The authenticity of the video recording could not be verified by the time of writing this report. Accordingly, the committee did not admit the evidence. Video recordings of the past conduct of Honorable Namganza picked from the various media houses. The committee noted that the above evidence was beyond the scope of the allegations contained in the motion and the supporting documents, and admitting it in evidence will be ultra vires its mandate under Rule 1099 of the Rules of Procedure. The dates was clearly stated in the motion, therefore providing any other video that appeared on another day will be ultra vires. Secondly, the committee could not verify the evidence since it comprised of a compilation by the witnesses of video clips picked from various media houses, and the committee could not establish the subject matter in relation to which the clips related. The committee notes that since video clips by nature are susceptible to manipulation and alteration, they must be verified for them to be relied upon in evidence, and these are usually produced by the person who broadcasts them. Just like newspapers, otherwise, they would fall under the classification of hearsay evidence, which is inadmissible. The court in Olega versus Alidriga, Civil Appeal number 6 of 2013, found that video recordings, a video recording is regarded in law as a document, and being a document like any other document being offered in evidence, a recording must be authenticated by a witness, a witness must offer evidence establishing that the object is what the witness claims it to be. In view of the above, the committee considered the evidence inadmissible and disregarded it because it was the burden of proof was with the movers. If they couldn't verify the source, there's no way the committee would admit it as required by law. Admissibility of evidence adduced by Honorable Tuishire-Dan. The committee scrutinized the evidence adduced by Honorable Tuishire-Dan as follows. Daily Monitor newspaper, 22nd May 2022, with the heading "Parliament has no powers, suspend me." The same newspaper article was adduced as evidence by Honorable Court John Amos and was admitted in evidence as indicated above. A photocopy of an article of the Daily Monitor, Monday, 23rd May 2022, titled "Parliament Committees are like torture chambers," says Namuganza. The committee wrote to the managing director of the Daily Monitor newspaper attaching a copy of the newspaper article and requesting for authentication of the same. In response, the Daily Monitor returned to the committee a certified copy of the newspaper article. Accordingly, the newspaper article was admitted in evidence. C. Various video recordings entitled "Fake Report," wherein Honorable Namganza appears to be responding to the report of a committee of parliament in the English language. The committee noted that the video recording entitled "Fake Report" comprised of a video clip from an interview Honorable Namganza held with NTV Uganda, which aired on NTV Weekend Edition Bulletin on Friday, 21st May 2022, which, as noted earlier, the committee admitted the evidence while considering the evidence of Honorable Court. Ignorant Parliament, wherein Honorable Namganza allegedly referred to Parliament as not sober. Similarly, the committee admitted the video evidence entitled "Ignorant Parliament" as it comprised of a video clip from the interview Honorable Namganza held with NTV Uganda, which aired on NTV Weekend Edition Bulletin on Friday, 21st May 2022. As earlier noted, the committee admitted in evidence while considering the evidence of Honorable Court. Minister refuses to apologize, wherein Honorable Namganza allegedly refused to apologize to the House following her indictment for misconduct and misbehavior by the report of the Committee on the Rules, Privileges and Discipline. The committee admitted the video evidence entitled "Minister Refuses to Apologize." The committee confirmed the contents of the video recordings through the Hansard of the plenary proceedings of the Wednesday, 7th December 2022, wherein it established that during the consideration of the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the inquiry into the allegations of misconduct and misbehavior against Honorable Namganza, Honorable Namganza was requested to apologize, but she declined. The evidence was therefore admitted in line with the principle in the case of Olega versus Alidriga, since the committee could verify the contents of the video through the parliamentary Hansard. Honorable Namganza storms out of rules, play video in the House, where Honorable Namganza appears to be speaking in what appears to be a meeting of a committee of parliament, where after she allegedly stormed out, the committee confirmed the contents of the video recording entitled "Minister Namganza Storms Out of the Rules," using the transcript of the proceedings of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on Wednesday, 14th September 2022 at page 31 and at page 6 of the minutes of the committee, where it laid where it laid together with the report of the committee in the House, which, as noted earlier, forms part of the record of the House and is admissible in evidence as a public document within the meaning of sections 73 and 79 of the Evidence Act. 5, even dogs fall in love. Where Honorable Namuganza allegedly insulted the person of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament by comparing her marriage to that of dogs. The committee could not establish the source and authenticity of the video recording since its source was not disclosed, and besides, the video recording was not translated in the English language as required by Article 6 of the Constitution of Uganda and Rule 4.
Procedure, Honorable Secretary.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 29th of September, we had elections of members of Yara, and we set a precedent to allow members that had big commitments to vote and go attend to other commitments. With your indulgence, wouldn't it be procedural right to allow us to do this such that members that have other appointments can move? I beg to move.
Thank you.
Because we have so many members that we can't fit here.
Thank you.
500. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, please, just let's listen, okay? You have come to conduct business, and the smartest way is to follow the procedure very well. Now, the rule 109 is very, very clear on the procedure. Now, the procedure we are on is the committee presenting a report. After presenting a report, in reference to what the Honorable Semuju had raised earlier, Rule 109, sub-rule 12, requires us that we open a debate with the mover of the motion. Article 118, clause 6, is very clear of the Constitution that after the person who is being accused is given a chance to be heard. Now, how do you start voting before all this is accomplished? But number two, what are you voting on? But number three, you see, Rule 98 is totally different from Rule 99. And I emphasized it at the beginning. Rule 98 to do with secretive voting is totally different from Rule 99, which is to do with roll call, whereby we shall first require, I think, to even one member may be moving that we suspend Rule 99, I think sub-rule 6, which requires that we shall call all of you inside, we close doors. Yes. So these are your rules, members. I'm just implementing your own rules. So I'm not reinventing anything. So let us continue. The chairman is about finished from the size of the report I'm seeing. And then we open a debate. We give Honorable Namuganza a chance to be heard. And then we put a question and we start voting. Okay? Procedure, Honorable Sarira. But let's now not take more of our minutes. Correct.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this matter we are dealing with can potentially lead to litigation. So we must be very careful, especially when it comes to our rules of procedure. Right Honourable Speaker, it is my humble submission that all the documents being referred to in the report be laid on the table for record purposes, all of them. so that you don't leave any loophole. Right Honorable Speaker, if we don't do that, we are likely to have many challenges. So procedurally, Right Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence that whatever information that the chair is making reference to in terms of annexures, in terms of videos, whatever, should be read and captured by the record.
Thank you. Honorable colleague, that's what the chairperson started with. But clerk, for purposes of scrutiny, kindly ensure that you check that we have. But also, colleagues, you check on the attached document. We should be having all these documents. Okay? So, Chairman, proceed as we come to the conclusion.
Video recording of, sorry, I was on 5, even dogs fall in love. Where in, it's a repetition. Video recording of the interview Honorable Namuganza and Baba Television held on 13th December 2022. The committee viewed the video recording of the interview Honorable Namuganza held with Baba Television on 13th December 2022 and noted that the video was recorded in both English and Luganda. The video recording was not translated in the English language as required by Article 6 of the Constitution of Uganda and Rule 4 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, which said that all our proceedings must be in the English language. Accordingly, the committee did not admit the video recording in evidence. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence. It seems they have sorted the video.
If you're ready with the videos, you can play.
Anti ababiri baali beyanjudde nga bakoze obufumbo cultural marriage, a cultural function in Bukedea in her country home. Mbwiranga magogo atute ente 5, embuzi 4 oba ne million zimeka. Naffe ne tulaba. Okay. Ate munange abantu baba beyanjula gwe, do you have anything to do?
You don't have any issue with it.
Yes.
Please,
As if that
Chairman,
was not
proceed.
enough, after some
Only
time,
call on
shortly,
me if you're ready.
Evidence adduced by Honorable Saropendi. Honorable Saropendi adduced evidence of the Hansard of the plenary proceedings of Wednesday, 13th July 2022 in support of her assertion that the matter of the alleged misconduct and misbehavior was raised in the House by Honorable Solomon Silwani on 13th July 2022 before the marriage of the Right Honorable Speaker took place, and therefore the issues allegedly surrounding the marriage could not be the cause of the censure proceedings. The committee observes that whereas the matter of the marriage of the Right Honorable Speaker is not an issue, it was relevant to the facts in issue for the purpose of clarifying that the censure proceedings were not motivated by personal grudge. As alleged, accordingly, the committee admitted the evidence of the Hansard of the plenary proceedings of 13th July 2022, which is a public document and forms part of the record of the House. Evidence adduced by Honorable Solomon Silwani. Honorable Solomon Silwani adduced electronic evidence in form of video recordings in support of his assertion that Honorable Namuganza was in the habit of attacking fellow leaders and had on several occasions attacked the former Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, as follows. A video recording entitled Clip 1, which appears to be a news broadcast by NTV Uganda in Luganda, wherein Honorable Namuganza allegedly described the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline as biased and accused the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga of influencing the findings in the report. A video recording entitled Namuganza Attacks Kadaga in the 10th Parliament, which appears to be a news broadcast of NBS in Luganda relating to an investigation into the conduct of Honorable Namuganza by the Busoga Parliamentary Caucus.
Speaker of Parliament.
As follows. That in the two evidence adduced by Honorable Silwan relates to matters that are not contained in the scope of the allegations in the motion. And the supporting documents, admitting videos in evidence will be ultra-vires, the mandate and powers of the committee as prescribed under 1099 of the Rules of Procedure. The videos Honorable Solomon Silwani submitted happened at a later date, and whereas the mover specified the exact dates in his motion. The videos were not recorded in the English language, and the translation of the recordings was not provided. It was the duty of the movers and seconders to go to Makerere and have these translated before the committee can look at these documents, these videos. The committee observes that the principle of admissibility of electronic evidence in the case of Elegavas Alidriga above is in that the party offering the recording has to produce a transcript of the recording which accurately reflects the recording's content, since evidence in all courts has to be recorded in English as the official language of court. And if the recording is in any other language, the transcript of that recording should be translated into English before it can be received in evidence. The videos also refer to draft reports of the Parliamentary Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline, which was directed on 15th March 2018 during the 10th Parliament to investigate the conduct of Honorable Namuganza following a complaint raised by Honorable Abala David, the Member of Parliament for Ngora County, who had complained about various utterances by Honorable Persis Namuganza against the then Speaker of Parliament. Whereas this matter was referred to the Committee on Rules to investigate, by that time, the 10th Parliament was prologued. The report had not been considered by the House, and no resolutions were made on the matter. Since the report was not considered by the 10th Parliament, it lapsed as required in Rule 235 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, a matter the then Speaker of Parliament guided upon on the 16th September 2021. This means that the report on the Rules Committee of the 10th Parliament relating to the investigation of Honorable Namuganza has no evidential value in this matter, since the report was never considered by the House and lapsed with the 10th Parliament. It's important to note that a committee report becomes actionable when it is adopted by the House. Committee minutes, reports, and recordings become accessible to the public when they become part of the record of Parliament. Indeed, in court in Spear Motors versus the Attorney General and two others, High Court Civil Suit number 0692 of 2007 held that once a signed report is laid on the table, it becomes a record of the House. The debate and adoption of the report are two other separate matters. And whether or not the report of a Committee of Parliament is adopted or seems to be relevant to its becoming a record of Parliament, the principle in this case is that once a report of Parliament is laid on table, it becomes part of the record of the House and is actionable once it is adopted by the House. Therefore, since the report on the rules, privileges, and discipline of Committee of the 10th Parliament on the alleged misconduct of Honorable Namuganza was not laid on table in the Parliament, it does not form part of the record of the House, and further no action can be taken, and the same since it was never adopted by the House then. In the same vein, the committee could not admit the video recordings of an investigation of the Busoga Parliamentary Caucus, since such investigation was not conducted by an organ of Parliament, nor a report thereof tabled in Parliament for its consideration. This therefore means that the report of the investigation by the Busoga Parliamentary Group does not form part of the record of the House. Thirdly, the report is also beyond the scope of the committee's investigation, since it happened in the 10th Parliament, and the mover specified the dates in his motion. For the above reasons, the video recordings adduced by Honorable Silwani were not admitted in evidence. Upon determining the admissibility of the evidence, the committee resolved that it would consider only the evidence it admitted to resolve the issue of whether there was a prima facie evidence to prove the allegations in the motion. Findings and observations determining the issues, whether a prima facie evidence has been adduced to prove the allegations contained in Honorable Namuganza, that means for lands, housing, and urban development, upon verifying itself on the legality of the grounds set out in the motion and supporting documents and identifying admissible evidence. Now we're going to consider the evidence we admitted and try to see whether it has a prima facie case establishes. The committee proceeded to examine whether the evidence adduced in support of the motion discloses the prima facie case. In resolving the above issue, the committee deemed it prudent to examine the definition of term prima facie and standard of proof required to establish a prima facie case under the laws of Uganda and case law. The committee noted that whereas the term prima facie is not determined under the rules of procedure of Parliament nor any other laws in Uganda, it has been defined by courts in several cases, including the case of Ranal T. Bahat versus Republic, East African Law Reports 332, which stated that a prima facie case is established when the evidence adduced is such that a reasonable tribunal properly directing its mind on the law and evidence would convict the accused person if no evidence or explanation was set out by the defense. Furthermore, in the cases of Semambo and another versus Uganda, criminal application number 76 of 1998, Court of Appeal, court held that a prima facie case means a case sufficient to call for an answer from the accused person. According to the decision of in Ranlal Bahat and Republic and Semambo above, the evidence required to establish a prima facie case is such evidence that sufficiently establishes a fact in absence of evidence to the contrary, but is not conclusive. Therefore, what the court has to decide at the close of the prosecution case is whether a case has been made out against the accused just sufficiently to require him to make his or her defense. Using an example, this is like saying a burglar accessed your premises without authority with the intent to commit burglary and actually stole. That's what a prima facie case would mean. In light of the above, the committee resolved that a prima facie case should be made out where evidence adduced by the movers of the motion or any other person appearing to support the motion proves the allegations contained in the motion and supporting documents, and the evidence has not been discredited or rebutted by an accused minister or any other person appearing to defend the minister. In the same vein, the committee observes that a prima facie case shall not be made out if no evidence adduced to prove contained in the motion and documents supporting the motion, or if the evidence adduced in support of the motion has been discredited as a result of cross-examination arising from the evidence adduced to the committee in defense of Honorable Namuganza, or if the evidence in support of the censure is unreliable, that no reasonable court or tribunal could safely convict Honorable Namuganza basing on the evidence. The committee is also guided by the principle Civil Appeal number 119 of 2008, Odongo Chama Hussein versus Abdul Rajab, wherein court observed that the evaluation of evidence to determine a prima facie case must be approached as a whole. The court ought not to consider the plaintiff's story in isolation of the defendant's story, and finally decide which of the two to prefer. The evidence must be considered on each contentious point in the trial, in the absence of probabilities for the correct decision to be made. The principle in this decision is that the committee should consider the evidence as a whole, and each contentious matter must be specifically addressed before the committee makes a determination. The committee notes that whereas Honorable Namuganza did not adduce any evidence in her defense, it was duty-bound to evaluate the evidence adduced by the mover and any other person who appeared before it to determine whether a prima facie case has been established. Accordingly, the committee evaluated the evidence and established whether it provided the allegations in the motion. Allegation 1. Following the resolution of Parliament on the report of the ad hoc committee on the Naguru Nakawa land allocations, Honorable Passes Namuganza Princess on 21st and 22nd May, and again on 12th and 13th July 2022, made statements about Parliament in the media and on social media, attacking the operations of Parliament, questioning the powers of Parliament, the integrity of the presiding officers of Parliament, and imputing improper motives to Parliament and its presiding officers. The Select Committee examined the evidence adduced and finds that the following evidence supports the above allegations. Printouts of WhatsApp messages posted by Honorable Namuganza on the 11th Parliament official WhatsApp group. The committee examined the following statements made by Honorable Namuganza on the WhatsApp group of the 11th Parliament official using her telephone number 0782670551. I remember, I quote, I remember people accusing me on this, the so-called ad hoc committee, in spirit of abusing, hating, embarrassing, tarnishing each other's name. As colleagues can't take us anywhere. We need to build consensus and friendship. Shame. So why then does he appoint ministers? That strategic matters. You call Naguru land also a strategic matter? Maybe you don't know what strategic matters mean. What I'm emphasizing, colleagues, is that it is very bad to just be used to fight each other. We still have a long way to go, even life after Parliament. You need to study a matter yourself and decide without being misled and influenced to fight a colleague. I am telling you, the powerful committee couldn't even find time to go and interact with HE himself. Why? So for now, you can go and ask him whether Honorable Minister has initiated this call. He is there alive, so kindly go for avoidance of doubt. And these so-called ad hoc committees all the time, We have substantive committees of parliament. They should be the ones to handle matters that follow under their responsibilities. Why ad hoc? As if they are hired to embarrass. Anyway, the matter is in court for judicial interpretation. So what will the substantive committees do? All this is done in bad faith. You can continue to defend it the way you want because you are a member, but this must stop. It should stop. All members of parliament came to work and they belong to these parliamentary committees. We shall raise a point of procedure, a point of order, sorry, if another ad hoc committee is formed to create order in the House. Like the one which is investigating the importation of rice. It's supposed to be the Committee on Trade. Why ad hoc for a few members? Where there exists a sectoral or standing committee in which a matter to be investigated falls squarely within the parameters of that sectoral or standing committee, it is specific. It is that specific committee to handle and or investigate. And where there exists none is when such an ad hoc committee shall be constituted. The continued formation and constitution of ad hoc committees for whatever intent and purpose they are constituted are or formed in total disregard of the rules is utter breach, violation, and to say the least, acting ultra vires of the in contravention of the rules of procedure we ourselves adopted. That's Honorable Namuganza's WhatsApp message on the official group. The select committee found that the statements contained in the printouts were the same as those laid before the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline and attached to its report to the House. And the same statements Honorable Court was based upon to move the motion for the censure of Honorable Namuganza as indicated on pages 1, 2 of the notice of motion to the clerk to Parliament, which is part of the document supporting the motion. The committee is therefore satisfied that Honorable Namuganza made the statements on social media, bashing operations of Parliament and questioning the powers and integrity of the House to appoint ad hoc committees as provided under Rule 191 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, which says that the House may at any time, on the advice of the Business Committee, appoint an ad hoc committee to investigate any matter of public interest that does not come under the jurisdiction or any standing or sectoral committee, or that has been dealt with by a select committee. B, evidence of the newspaper article published in the Daily Monitor of 22nd May 2022 with the heading "Parliament has no power to suspend me, Namuganza." The committee examined the newspaper article published in the Daily Monitor on 22nd May 2022 to determine whether Honorable Namuganza made the statements alleged in the motion. The committee found that Honorable Namuganza made the following statements in the newspaper article. But you saw what happened. It was like mob justice. Moreover, in Parliament, they did not want me to speak. They did not even want me to cite that the letter is missing. So this report was misleading members of Parliament, debating things which they do not know and passing a resolution on something they do not actually know. But on this basis of a fake report full of bias, then you tell me to step aside. First of all, I belong to the executive, and I think they will or have forwarded this to the executive. I am sure the executive is sober and does not act the way they did. Based on the above evidence, the committee finds that the evidence proves the allegations contained in the motion and meets the standard of proof required to establish a prima facie case envisaged under Rule 1099A of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. C, evidence of the video recordings of the interview Namuganza held with the NTV Uganda on 21st May 2022. The committee examined the video recordings of the interview Honorable Namuganza held with NTV on 21st May 2022 and established that she made statements attributed to her in the interview, and the same statements are those that were reproduced in the Daily Monitor newspaper article of 22nd May 2022, which the committee has already examined herein above. In consideration of the statements made in the said interview, the committee found Honorable Namuganza attacked the operations of Parliament, questioned the powers of Parliament, the integrity of the presiding officers of Parliament, and imputed improper motives on members of Parliament and the presiding officers of Parliament, contrary to the Constitution and the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. The committee is therefore convinced that a reasonable tribunal properly directing its mind on the law and evidence would find Honorable Namuganza to have made statements in the motion, and that the supporting documents based on the evidence on record. Based on the above, the committee finds that the evidence proves allegations contained in the motion and meets the standard of proof required to establish a prima facie case envisaged under Rule 1099A of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Allegation 2, that the statements made by Honorable Namuganza Princess were derogatory and were found by Parliament to amount to gross misconduct and misbehavior, an affront to the dignity of Parliament, denigrated public trust and confidence in the authority and integrity of the office of the Speaker, members of Parliament, and the institution of Parliament, and brought the House and its members into disrepute, and her conduct was in breach of the Code of Conduct for Members of Parliament as enumerated in Appendix F of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, paragraphs 2, 3, 4, and 5 constituted contempt of Parliament. In proving the above allegations, the committee relied on the following evidence: printout of WhatsApp messages posted by Honorable Namuganza on the 11th Parliament WhatsApp official group. The committee examined the statements posted by Honorable Namuganza on the 11th Parliament official WhatsApp group, as highlighted earlier in this report, that ad hoc committees are instituted in bad faith. They are used to fight people, and they are hired to embarrass. They are being misled and influenced, and they are created for a few members, and finds them to be derogatory. They imputed improper motives on Parliament and denigrated public trust and confidence in the authority and integrity of Parliament, the presiding officers and members of Parliament in the institution of Parliament as a whole. B, evidence in the newspaper article published in the Daily Monitor of 22nd May 2022 with the heading, Parliament has no power to suspend me, Namuganza. The committee finds that the statements made by Honorable Namuganza in reference to the report of the ad hoc committee on Naguru Nakawa land allocations as quoted in the article in the Daily Monitor newspaper, that the report was misleading members of Parliament. They were debating things which they do not know, passing a resolution on something they do not actually know, and that she would not resign on the basis of a fake report full of bias, and the influence of Parliament was not sober, and that Parliament was not sober, were derogatory, and they belittled Parliament and undermined its authority. They were an affront to the dignity of Parliament. C, report of the Standing Committee on Rules, Privileges, Discipline on the inquiry into the allegations of misconduct and misbehavior.
Is that someone on Zoom? Yeah, please, we can play the videos at the end. Let him finish, and then at the end we play the video. Okay. Thank you.
Report of the Standing Committee on Rules, Privileges. The Select Committee has found, as a matter of fact, that Parliament found that by attacking the impugned statements, the conduct of Honorable Namuganza amounted to gross misconduct and misbehavior and was an affront to the dignity of Parliament. It denigrated public trust and confidence in the authority and integrity of the office of the Speaker, members, and the institution of Parliament, and brought the House and its members into disrepute. Her conduct was in breach of the Code of Conduct for Members of Parliament, as stipulated in Appendix F of the Rules of Procedure, contempt of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, specifically paragraph 2, 3, 4, and 5, and constituted contempt of Parliament, as noted at page 39 of the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline, which was adopted by Parliament on Wednesday, 7th December 2022. Therefore, the finding and recommendation contained in the report form part of the resolutions of Parliament. Accordingly, the committee finds that evidence on record proves allegations 2, and the evidence meets the standard of a prima facie evidence required under Rule 1099 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Allegation 3, the conduct and behavior of Honorable Persis Namuganza amounts to misbehavior or misconduct under Article 118, 1B of the Constitution. The committee evaluated the evidence adduced by the witnesses to determine whether there is a prima facie case established on the grounds of misbehavior or misconduct under Article 118 of the Constitution. The committee examined the meaning of the words misbehavior and misconduct and established that the words are not defined under the laws of Uganda. The committee therefore had recourse to the dictionary meaning of the words. According to the Black's Law Dictionary, 6th edition, misconduct is defined as a transgression of some established and definite rule of action, a forbidden act, dereliction from duty, unlawful behavior, willful in character, improper or wrong behavior. Its synonyms are misdemeanor, misdeed, misbehavior, delinquency, impropriety, mismanagement, offense, but not negligence or carelessness. This definition was adopted in the definition of the court decision in the case of Foxodoi or Owelo. And another versus the Attorney General Constitutional Petition number 8 of 2003, which found that misconduct connotes willful transgression of some established and definite rule of action. On the other hand, misbehavior is defined in the Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, as ill conduct, improper, and unlawful behavior. In view of the above definition, the move of the censure motion had to adduce evidence to show that the conduct of Honorable Namuganza was a transgression of some established and definite rule of action, a forbidden act, a dereliction from duty, unlawful behavior, willful in character, improper or wrong behavior. The committee notes that the standard of behavior and conduct expected of members of parliament, including ministers, is prescribed in the rules of procedure of parliament. The committee is of the considered opinion that the standard of behavior and conduct expected of members of parliament to all members of parliament, irrespective of whether they are elected members or ex-officio members, the principle that members of parliament are equal before the law was examined in the court case of Brigadier Tumukunde versus Attorney General and another Supreme Court Constitutional Appeal number 2 of 2006, wherein court held that we agree that soldier members of parliament are full members of parliament with equal rights and obligations as the civilian members of parliament. They subscribe to an oath of office to defend, support, and uphold the Constitution at all times. It is not disputed that the petitioner is entitled to all the powers and privileges any member of parliament has. Rule 85 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament provides that the behavior of a member shall be guided by the Code of Conduct of Members of Parliament prescribed in Appendix F. The Code of Conduct of Members of Parliament under Appendix F of the Rules of Procedure prescribes the standard of behavior expected of members of Parliament. The code is designed to assist the members in the discharge of their obligations to the House, their constituents, and the public at large. Paragraph 2 of Appendix F of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, which places the public duty of members to uphold the law and act on all occasions in accordance with the public trust placed in them. Paragraph 3 of the Code of Conduct, which elaborates that the general principle of conduct expected of members of Parliament, wherein members are required to observe the principle of selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, and leadership. Paragraph 5 of Appendix F of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament requires members of Parliament to conduct themselves in a manner which will maintain and strengthen the public trust and confidence in the integrity of Parliament, and never undertake any action which may bring the House or its members generally into disrepute. In the case of Saverino Twinob Sinjan versus Attorney General, Constitutional Petition number 47 of 2011, the Constitutional Court pronounced itself on the conduct expected of members of Parliament at pages 24 and 25. It stated, "We hasten to observe in this regard that although members of Parliament are independent and have the freedom to say anything on the floor of the House, they are, however, obliged to exercise and enjoy their powers and privileges with restraint and decorum, and in a manner that gives honor and admiration not only to the institution of Parliament, but also to those who inter alia elected them, those who listen to them, those who listen to and watch them debating in the public gallery and on television, and read about them in the print media. As the national legislature, Parliament is the fountain of constitutionalism, and therefore the honorable members of Parliament are enjoined by virtue of their office to observe and adhere to the basic tenets of the Constitution in their deliberations and actions. Having established that the standard of conduct and behavior expected of members of Parliament, ministers inclusive, the committee proceeded to examine whether the evidence adduced by the witnesses established a prima facie case of misconduct or misbehavior under Article 118 of the Constitution. In so doing, the committee examined the actions complained to determine whether the conduct and behavior of Honorable Namuganza contravene the standard of conduct and behavior expected of members of Parliament prescribed in the Code of Conduct of Members in Appendix F of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. The committee finds as follows. By making statements on the WhatsApp group of the 11th Parliament official to the effect that ad hoc committees are instituted in bad faith, they are used to fight people, they are hired to embarrass, they are being misled and influenced, and they are created for a few members. Honorable Namuganza failed in her duty at all times to conduct herself in a manner which will maintain and strengthen the public trust and confidence in the integrity of Parliament, and never to undertake any action which may bring the House or its members generally in disrepute, contrary to paragraphs 5 of the Code of Conduct of Members of Parliament. Her conduct fell short of the general principles of conduct of members of Parliament are enjoined to observe as stipulated in paragraph 3 of the Code of Conduct, namely selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, and leadership. B, by making statements in an interview with NTV held on 21st May 2022, as reproduced in the Daily Monitor newspaper article published on 22nd May 2022, the report of the ad hoc committee on the Nakawa-Naguru land allocations was misleading, fake, and biased, and referring to Parliament as comprising of persons who lacked understanding of what they were doing when they were passing the resolutions adopting the report. Honorable Namuganza lowered the esteem of Parliament in the eyes of the public, belittled the presiding officers of the House, its members, and consequently the people of Uganda who elected those leaders in line with their constitutional mandate. Her conduct brought Parliament and its members into disrepute and breached paragraph 5 of the Code of Conduct in Appendix 5 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. In Appendix 5, Honorable Namuganza ought to have used proper channels of challenging the composition of the ad hoc committees as provided for under Rule 87.2 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, as opposed to challenging them on social media. C, by referring to Parliament as a torture chamber, as reported in the newspaper article published in the Daily Monitor of Monday, 23rd May 2022, titled Parliament Committees Are Like Torture Chambers, says Namuganza. Honorable Namuganza undermined committees of Parliament, which are constitutionally established. She denigrated the integrity of Parliament and its members and lowered the esteem of Parliament in the eyes of the public. In the said newspaper article, Honorable Namuganza is quoted to have made the following statements. This is a disgrace. How can investors who are interested in improving our economy be treated like that? The president should rein in. The president should also investigate this torture chamber, referring to Parliament committees. In reference to the findings and recommendations in the report of the Nakawa-Naguru land allocation, she stated that when we meet the president, he gives verbal instructions. But when you take the same instructions to the committee, they accuse you of framing the instructions. They should look at other methods of verifying the president's instructions rather than embarrass the messenger. The president is my witness. He knows very well that he gave me the instructions and I was working to fulfill them. Some of these new MPs need more orientation to understand how the system works. Based on the above, pieces of evidence,
Chairman, procedure protected.
Based on the above pieces of evidence, the Select Committee finds prima facie evidence confirming that the conduct of Honorable Namuganza Princess, Minister for State Lands, Housing and Urban Development, breached the standard of behavior and conduct expected of a member of Parliament as prescribed in rule.
So, colleagues, we are left with 4 pages. So let's not interrupt the chairman. Let him conclude.
As prescribed in Rule 85 and Appendix F of the Code of Conduct of Members of Parliament, prescribed in the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, and such conduct amounts to misbehavior or misconduct under Article 1181 P of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995. The committee therefore finds that the above evidence meets the standard of proof required to establish a prima facie evidence, a prima facie on grounds of misconduct or misbehavior under Article 118 of the Constitution. Before taking leave of this matter, the committee notes with concern the allegations referred by Honorable Saropend in her submission to the committee, to the effect that Honorable Namuganza made allegations in the House and on various media platforms that the censure proceedings against her were initiated to set a personal grudge relating to the legal issues allegedly surrounding the marriage of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Anita Mong. For the avoidance of doubt, Honorable Saropend stated that she was only responding to the allegations that the censure of the Honorable Namuganza is as a result of personal matters between the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament and Honorable Namuganza, that on numerous occasions, Honorable Namuganza has indicated that the censure motion is brought against her to settle personal grudge relating to the legal issues surrounding the marriage of the Right Honorable Speaker, that the above allegations were not true because the Right Honorable Speaker had not taken any decision or presided over any proceedings involving the reference of the conduct of Honorable Namuganza to any committee of Parliament, the consideration of any report relating to Honorable Namuganza or any matter relating to the sense of Honorable Namuganza, that the matter leading to the sense of Honorable Namuganza were raised by Honorable Silwani during the 7th sitting of the first meeting of the second session of the 11th Parliament held on 13th July 2022, and these sittings were presided over by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament. These matters happened before the wedding of the Right Honorable Speaker, which occurred on 30th and 31st July 2022, at which the wedding, Honorable Pendi, was the matron and therefore cannot be the cause of her censure motion as alleged by Honorable Namuganza. That the Right Honorable Speaker has not presided over proceedings related to or dealing with any matter involving the sense of Honorable Namuganza, and there is nothing personal or a conflict between the Speaker and Honorable Namuganza. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg we play these videos specifically for this matter, then we can go to the other ones at the end. The Baba TV video, and
are you ready, Black? Please play the video if you're ready. They seem not to be ready, please. Let's proceed. All videos, are we ready?
No, there's a
Ad hoc committee on Nakawa Nagul and Saga found Minister Pasis Namuganza culpable for abuse of office and overstepping her mandate when she directed the Uganda Land Commission to allocate land to some companies and individuals.
You have also observed that Honorable Namuganza Pasis abused her office and authority by directing URC to allocate land empty while purporting to be communicating a presidential directive which were non-existent.
Asked about
So sometime back, ndowooza walaba akafaananyi ku social media nga Right Honorable Anita Amunga yambadde Western culture wear. We call them esuka eza Western. N'akafaananyi ne Honorable Magogo Moses nga bakakasuka ku social media nga bagamba nti ababiri baali beeyanjudde nga bakoze obufumbo cultural marriage. A cultural function in Uganda, in her country home. Mwiranga Magogo atutte ente 5 embuzi 4 oba ne billioni zimeka. Ne tulaba. Ate munange abantu baba beeyanjula yes. As if that.
You see, the language is not a language which we all understand. Okay, so I would the videos which are in English are the all translated are the ones which should be played. Okay, otherwise it's difficult to capture all this.
There's a Right Honorable Speaker, we had included all the videos.
Procedure. I have a procedure matter.
Mr. Speaker, the petition, all the document and evidence were given to the committee. We examine on our behalf and come here and tell us if a prima facie had been established. Now the committee is making us listen as if we are also going to do the same thing that they did. The procedural issue I am raising, Mr. Speaker, is whether after evaluating evidence, the committee can come back to Parliament and present the same for re-examination. That's the procedural issue.
Thank you, Honorable Semuju. You see, colleagues, a prima facie case is a case on the surface. The standard of proof, the burden of proof, and the standard of proof for a prima facie case is on the balance of probability. Now, the moment you're presenting such a evidence, okay, you need to explain to the members and they make their own judgment. That is why under Rule 109, Sub-Rule 12, it's very clear that notwithstanding the recommendation of the committee, Whether the committee exonerates or it does not exonerate, the House must go on and vote. And the moment the question or the motion is carried, the outcome will be pronounced. Now, this is not a committee that can give a final ruling. That's the burden you have. It's a committee whereby whatever evidence was presented, they weighed and gave opinion. But that opinion, if they feel they need to show members more, convince members more so that members can decide on themselves on their behalf, then they would have to do it. So that's the problem with when you're establishing a prima facie case. Your ruling cannot be final. This is just a case to answer. So the committee only established a case to answer, and that's why Honorable Namuganza must come back here and defend herself. That's why a court must come and resubstantiate the case, and yet he has been doing it because the ruling of the committee is not final, as provided for under Rule 109, Sub-Rule 12. So let's proceed.
This week, the ad hoc committee on Nakawa Naguru Land Saga found Minister Pacis Namuganza culpable.
Colleagues, please allow me to make this ruling. If really we cannot have well-coordinated videos, I would send our ICT team to training for further training so that we don't get that embarrassment again. We have the evidence very clear on record. Chairman, conclude with your report, and then we proceed with other issues.
The committee observes that whereas the matter of the marriage of the Right Honorable Speaker was not an issue, it was relevant to the facts in issue for the purpose of clarifying that the censure proceedings were not motivated by a personal grudge. As alleged, the committee observes that the sequence of events did not support the alleged existence of the grudge. Whereas the committee did not admit the evidence of the video recordings of the interviews of Honorable Namuganza with NBS on 9th December because NBS did not verify, and Baba Television as a basis of establishing a prima facie case because it was in Uganda, the committee examined the video recordings for the purpose of clarifying on the above contentious issue. The committee has examined the chronological events on the matter as indicated in the table below. Kindly put the table of the report. A table showing events leading to the moving of the censure motion. On 1st March 2022, Parliament constitutes an ad hoc committee to investigate the Nakawa Naguru land allocations.
Right,
on 18th May
this week,
2022, Parliament adopts the report of the ad hoc committee on the Nakawa Naguru land allocations. On the 13th July 2022, Honorable Solomon Silwani raises on a matter of procedure regarding the allegations of misconduct and misbehavior against Honorable Pacis Namuganza. On the 13th July 2022, the presiding officer, who was the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, refers the matter to the Rules Privileges Committee on the alleged minister, Honorable Namuganza Princess, on misconduct and misbehavior. On the 30th and 31st July 2022, Right Honorable Speaker Annette Among gets married to Honorable Engineer Moses Magugu. On 7th December 2022, the Rules and Privileges Committee of Parliament presents a report on the matter referred to it on the 13th July 2022 and found that the conduct on the 30th was the traditional marriage and 31st was the wedding. On 7th December 2022, the Rules and Privileges Committee of Parliament presents a report on the matters referred to it on the 13th July 2022 and found that the conduct and behavior of Honorable Pacis Namuganza constituted misconduct and misbehavior and is not befitting of a member of Parliament, more so a minister. The committee recommended that the House invokes Article 118, 1B of the Constitution and Rule 106 of the Rules of Procedure. On 7th December, the House adopted the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline. On 9th December, Honorable Court Amos notified the Clerk of Parliament of his intention to move a motion of censure to censure Honorable Namuganza on grounds of misconduct and misbehavior. On 9th December, Honorable Namuganza appears on NBS television and suggests that her censure is influenced by the Right Honorable Speaker as a result of the alleged matters related to Right Honorable Speaker's marriage, which the husband of Honorable Namganza allegedly handled. On 13th December 2022, Honorable Namganza appears on Baba Television and suggests that her censor is influenced by the Right Honorable Speaker as a result of the alleged matters related to the Right Honorable Speaker's marriage, which Honorable Namganza's husband allegedly handled. In light of the above, in the above chronological order of events does not support the claim of the grudge being the cause of the censor motion as alleged by Honorable Namganza in her various interviews. The law only calls us to distinguish facts in terms of their occurrence. This is as follows. There is a 17-day lag between the time Honorable Namganza was sent to the Committee on Rules Privileges on alleged grounds of misconduct and misbehavior, 13th July, and the time the Right Honorable Speaker got married on 30th July and 31st July. 2, no new grounds were introduced following the Right Honorable Speaker's marriage. 3, the committee did not establish any single footprint of the Right Honorable Speaker's involvement in sending the Honorable Minister to the Rules and Privileges Committee on allegations of misconduct and misbehavior on the 13th July 2022, where she was not even the presiding officer of the House as established from the Hansard, which was submitted by Honorable Sarah Pendi and verified by the committee. D, it is practically impossible that the marriage of the Right Honorable Speaker could have influenced decisions of the committee and the House that were taken prior to its occurrence. E, that the media interviews and statements made by Honorable Persis Namganza Princess attacking the integrity of Parliament, its proceedings and resolutions were made outside Parliament and therefore not privileged, and she has no immunity derived from them. These amounted to contempt of Parliament. In conclusion, the matter raised in the interviews was obnoxious, reckless, insufferable, beyond the pale, and in per incuriam, it was an attack on the person of the Speaker, the Parliament without due regard to the rules of procedure, the protected status, the protected redress, the applicability of evidence, and the decorum of Parliament. In conclusion, the committee, having found prima facie evidence to prove the allegations contained in the motion and supporting documents, prays that this report be adopted by the House and leads the House under Rule 109B of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament in the proceedings of censure against Honorable Namganza Princess from the Office of the Minister for State, Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, without further ado, we are going to debate the issue, the report, but this debate will not take long. This debate will not take long because you see the rules, they still give you your own authority to come and, you know, make your own decision. So as per Rule 109, sub-rule 12, colleagues, please, the presiding officer is speaking. The presiding officer is speaking. Okay? So colleagues, let's listen to one another. So we are going to have a short debate. I'll pick around 6 people. Yes, I'll pick around 6 people on the debate so that we close it. By around 12:30, 12:40, we should start voting on this matter. Then we go to other matters. So colleagues, Rule 109 sub-rule 12 requires that the first person to open the debate is the move of the motion. So Honorable Amos Okot.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the Select Committee for the very good report they have produced. Honorable members, you have received the report from the Select Committee on the censure of Honorable Persons Namuganza Princess, State Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development. And it has found evidence that Honorable Namuganza conducted herself in a manner unbecoming of a minister, and has found that such conduct amounts to misbehavior and misconduct under Articles 1181B of the Constitutions. Honorable members, the decision to censure a minister is not a decision that should be taken lightly. It has a far-reaching consequences on the minister, his or her family, cabinet, the appointing authority, and the country at large. This explains why the Constitution deemed it necessary that ministers should be censored on a prescribed grounds on members. The evidence was adduced and found to be true. One, she has been attacking the powers of Parliament as demonstrated, and the evidence that we've adduced before the Select Committee. And if the clips was to be played, you are going to see it by yourself, the way she belittled, demeaned the integrity of this house. Two, by attacking leaders and members of the house as people who have overthrown the constitutions. If I'm to pause there a bit, it is like on the day she alleged the Right Honorable Speaker has overthrown the Constitution, it is like the government has failed. That was what she did to the public. She lowered the esteem of Parliament of the Republic of this country, that's Uganda. Number three, honorable members, publicly she has attacked the personalities of both the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the honorable members of this House, plus many other things that you have been going through. The Select Committee has found this. If I'm to conclude the way members are trying to push it, let me conclude by saying this. Mr. Speaker, it is our duty. We are the family. We are belonging to this and we have the mandate. It is our duty to correct one another. It is our duty to reprove one another. It is our duty to make sure that the instructions of righteousness is done. And this goes deep to those who believe in Christianity. Even the Bible gives us that power. If one of us, a member of the family, like one of us in these institutions, is doing something which is not right, it is our duty to bring this person to correction and to order, especially things that goes to our behaviors and the conduct. Our conduct speaks volume. The word that we speak will remain even on the stones, even on the trees, even on the grounds. Those words, you will never, ever dispute it unless we bring the reproof and correction to one another. Finally, Mr. Speaker, humility is one thing that we cannot run away from unless we are humble. Unless we are humble, and even that is the God commands, we should be humble to one another. We should submit. It is very sinful if you have been summoned to appear and speak on a subject matters, even though those things are not true. By you appearing, that tells and speak that this person is humble. Our sisters have been so arrogant. I request this house. My prayers now, honorable members, you are not excluded. This thing calls all of us. Let us stand as one family. Let us protect this People normally say Parliament is a barking dog. You don't do what? Please, we are here to do the right thing. I want to thank you so much to join hands and to make the image of this institution be strong. I beg to move so that you carry the day. God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Amos. Colleagues, in line with Article 118, Clause 6, and Rule 109, Sub-Rule 12, I invite Honorable Patsy Namuganza to present her case. So with Honorable, please, with Honorable Namuganza being given a chance, which he has not utilized, I also want to confirm if she's not on Zoom, she might be on Zoom. Please, I need you to check. Colleagues, the rules require that before anybody else, we start with the mover, and the next should be the minister who is being accused. So I've gotten confirmation from the clerk that she's not online. So she has jumped today's parliamentary proceedings. So I open the debate to other colleagues. I'll start with Honorable Yusuf Mutembri, followed by Honorable Nathan Byanyima. Then I will pick. I'll pick you, colleagues. Don't mind.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the Rule 109, Sub-Rule 12, I hereby support the motion to the effect that the minister in question must be censored. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember on 23rd of March 2003 at Uganda Christian University, the Vice Chancellor then, Professor Noro, had this to say, that any leader or any professional who does not have integrity, who does not have discipline, and has no respect for others is as good as garbage. I'm quoting the professor. And he emphasized the three things. He was addressing us as students, leaders at that time. He emphasized the three things that as a leader, you should always have integrity, you must be disciplined, and you must respect others. Right Honorable Speaker, from the report we have just received from the select committee, I find my sister short of the three attributes that I've referred to. And therefore, I have nothing much to say other than saying that time is now to bring sanity in this house. Time is now to bring integrity to this house. Time is now to ensure that Ugandans respect us, and that once we are given responsibilities, we must act responsibly and we must respect each other. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I invite other colleagues to join me so that we do what is necessary to bring sanity to this house. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconders, today I'm not picking you. If you know you are seconders and you've been talking about this matter regularly, I want to pick colleagues who have not been. So I'll go to Honorable Byanyima. Then I add Honorable Kanuju and Honorable Ababiko.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, honorable colleagues. It's a painful job to do something we're going to do today. It's a painful thing. I have never done it here. It is painful. But above all, treat other people the way you want to be treated. You can't treat others as if they are not human beings. We are all members of parliament. Honorable Namuganza Princess, being a minister, she's a member of parliament. but she has added responsibility, which anybody can take. To me, I feel that a leader, when you permit something, it becomes a culture. Like you have done since the beginning of this parliament, being on time at 2, it's a culture. But I think Namuganza has taken a culture of undermining everybody. Mr. Speaker, I can't imagine somebody who can't say sorry to anybody. Honorable Namuganza came to a committee, which I sit on, fiscal infrastructure. We are presiding over housing and lands. She came and walked off on us. I followed her. As a father, I told her, I said, most of you people, by the way, you are honorable daughters and sons of mine. So I told her, I said, that's not the way things are done. The decorum of parliament does not require you to behave the way you are behaving. Go back to the committee and answer questions. She said, who are you? Here, I would be the last person come and get involved in this censure. I know the bitterness of what I whipped. It's terrible. But she has caused. I appeal to everybody. Let us all be counted to vote against indiscipline. To vote against indiscipline. All members of parliament, we are equal. Me, I respect this parliament because you all respect me by virtue of my age and, and seniority. And I respect everybody. Who is Namuganza? Recently, Vice Honorable Speaker, recently, which is very rare, I saw the president saying, I am sorry for people who use the Entebbe Express and Northern Bypass because of this insecurity around, I am using that route. He apologized to people. Yes, he said it. He said it. He said it. So when I see any of us here not having that humility of saying sorry, I, for one, in most cases, I disturb some of these ministers, but I have visited about 4 ministers. I am morning and I say, I am sorry for what I said about you, but forgive me. That's the decorum of parliament. That's the etiquette. She said we have never been oriented. We oriented. We oriented. But it is her who is encouraged. Mr. Speaker, all of us respect you, despite your age, because of that appointment and the power you have. Charity begins at home. To me, Mr. Speaker, I would appeal. In 1998, I stood here moving a motion of censure. You could drop a pin, drops down, and you could hear it. Everybody came. But we were surrounded by people who wanted to beat us. Surrounding this parliament, we have the freedom. Let's do what we are supposed to have done yesterday. Let's move a censure and discipline one of us. Let her come back on the back bench. It might be a mistake, by the way. There are some people who are appointed. They don't go the back, come back benchers. They become ministers. And they feel they're on top of the world. No, this will stop. Me today, I, Nathan Vyajima, from Bukanga North in the City District, I have voted for a censure. I support the committee and I call upon you, please, let's be together and discipline our service. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kanusu. Lola.
Thank you.
Colleagues,
Thank you.
we have a member on the floor. Honorable Kanusu Lola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would want to thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I want to say that as members of parliament, whose principal job is to make laws, we must respect our rules of procedure. Our code of conduct, Appendix F, paragraphs 3 and 4, are very clear on public interest and public trust. Our behavior has brought public ridicule to this parliament. Mr. Speaker, I sit on the Rules Committee, and I don't want to repeat what happened in the Rules Committee when we were supposed to interface with the Honorable Namuganza. It is very ironical and very hypocritical for us to sit here and make laws and expect the citizens of this country to abide by those laws when we cannot abide by our simple rules of procedure. Mr. Speaker, this is not just about Honorable Namuganza. It is about our rules of procedure. How can we be so hypocritical to tell other citizens of this country to abide by the laws we make when we can't abide by simple house rules? How can you be asked to come to a committee of parliament and you say you cannot appear before such a committee? You disregard the committee of parliament. How? That was the rules committee, which is a committee of parliament. You don't appear. You make us sit for 2 hours. And then they put a select committee. You don't appear. Right, Honorable Speaker. My simple appeal is one. As the presiding officer, please, we must obey the rules of procedure. If we don't do that, we are bringing shame to this house. We are going to be a laughing stock in this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, Honorable Lola has touched a very important issue of disrespecting committees. We have one case. You see, time is a very good judge. We had a case of the Kano Kaka Vajenda when he was the director ISO. And he said he can never appear before Parliament. And the minister in charge also supported him, said you can never appear. Now, as fate would have it, he's dropped as ISO and appointed as ambassador. So he needed to appear before Parliament for approval. So when his case came, the speaker advised him, but you said you can never appear before a committee of parliament. So now what can I do with you? So what you do, you first go and appear before the other committee. And of course, he tried his shenanigans, tried to find a way of mobilizing. Members remained steadfast. What ended up happening? He ended up losing his position as ambassador. So when you're here, even when you're a backbencher, even when you're strong, even when you're just an innocent member of the public, please just appear. And if Parliament, what they are saying is wrong or what, challenge it. The president usually emphasizes by saying that if it's about talking, I can talk and I challenge you. So that was a very important point. Honorable Babiku, you are next.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I have carefully listened to the report and I'm dispirited because, Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament is one of the highest institutions in this country, and a lot is expected from us. For us to reach to this level, a thorough sieving has been done. And any disrespectful tendencies by one of us paints the image of this institution. More so from a honorable minister, Right Honorable Speaker, what I have listened to me tantamounts to abuse of office, tantamounts to assuming our government, assuming the appointing authority, an entire house in which we are seated. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it's good at this point to have a common front, to say no to indiscipline, to say no to characters that taint all our images. Right Honorable Speaker, therefore I support the report that this single person be treated in a way that will not continue to taint our image and that of our. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, as a woman, I am in pain. I have been a member of OOPA since I joined this parliament. This is my 11th year. We have been in advocacy to ensure that more women are brought on board. And all of us as women strive to protect positions given to us. When others take it for granted, Right Honorable Speaker, it is an abuse for all of us as women, not only in parliament, but in the entire country. Right Honorable Speaker, therefore I support the censure motion to a person who is diverting this cause on behalf of the women. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I am so hurt by the response made by this same person when the Honorable Prime Minister requested her to apologize to a junior minister, and you cannot listen to your Prime Minister. What do you expect from others who are not even cabinet members? Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it is an indiscipline if we don't regulate. It means we shall have no regard for each other. We must follow protocol. We must respect each other. Whether you're a minister or not, we all have our rights to be respected, and we should do so to the others. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you cannot be of a quality leader if you don't respect yourself. We must be exemplary leaders. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I don't see any. How do you be in fights throughout your life in institutions? Is that your trait? Is that what you want young girls and boys to learn? That when we become leaders, we are supposed to fight everybody? Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I support the censure motion. Thank you so much.
Honorable Fox Odoy, followed by Honorable Bigger Rose and Honorable Tinkasimi. Then.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I sat here this morning and painfully listened to the report of the Select Committee. Painfully because we have before us an example of a leader who has no respect, who has no regard, number one, for authority, number two, for processes. And in all civilized societies, you have to respect authority, you have to respect processes, and you have to respect institutions. That is a hallmark of civilization. That is actually the beginning of civilization. When you are a kid in a home, you must respect your parents. When you are appointed a minister, the first thing the Honorable Minister should have learned is that there are 4 control centers for a minister. Number one, a minister is answerable to the courts of judication, like we all are. Number two, she's answerable to the president, the appointing authority.
Number 3, she's answerable to the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. And number 4, to have voters. But here you have a person who has no regard for her voters. She has no regard for the president who appointed her. She has no regard for the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. And she has absolutely no regard to processes. Now, at law, whatever is not controverted is admitted. Now, we have before us a report that has allegations and evidence to prove the allegations. We don't have her side of the story simply because she has no regard for processes. She is not here today as an act of absolute arrogance. You have a person who is on a suicidal mission. And our only duty this afternoon is to give her a long rope to hang herself. Honorable members, I invite all of you to vote to right honorable with
These colleagues on the debate, I will not allow him. Let's just allow members to flow.
I invite all of you honorable members to speak with one voice, that for as long as we are in this house, we must have regard for authority, for processes, and for one another. Let us aid the Honorable Namuganza to hang herself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Bigaros, and then Honorable Tinka Simire.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand with pain as a true representative of the most rural woman. Right Honorable Speaker, if I heard well, everyone refers to the Right Honorable to the minister as princess. At one time, I was a princess of the Lugbara Kingdom. And the protection, Right Honorable Speaker, I need your protection. Yes, ours is appointed. Right Honorable Speaker, at a level of a princess, you expect a lot of dignity, respect, and value for humanity, because you represent and carry the image of your kingdom. But honestly, whatever my sister was doing here on the floor of Parliament did not reflect anything in that address of a princess. Leave that alone. As a Lugbara and an African, a woman is supposed to have all the respect and be the image of her home. And she didn't show that she is the image of that ministry. Handing over the state ministry of lands to her is an insult to this country. She doesn't deserve to sit there anymore. Even to say a person of my caliber still needs to go for further orientation is the only abuse to the people of Terego. The president did say that she was speaking only the fishermen and fisherwomen, but she has given us the worst example of fisherwomen. And besides, to my party NRM, we can't continue seeing this kind of caliber to show a bad image of this mighty party. Therefore, we didn't choose to be at the backbench. Some of us are holding 4 degrees, but not diploma. Therefore, she is better placed to sit at the backbench. I therefore support this censure motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Tinka Simire. Then Honorable Segona, Honorable Mwizuche, Honorable Semji.
Thank you very much. Right,
Thank
Honorable
you.
Speaker.
Colleagues, let's listen to our colleague, please. Please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My honorable colleagues.
Colleagues, let's listen to one another, please. Please.
It is with pain that we have to move this indictment this afternoon to one of our colleagues. The colleague indicted before us has been in this house for a long period of time, beyond one term. I have had the privilege of sharing a term with her, and I know her conduct. She survived that. Maybe she found a soft spot in the last parliament, but I think she took it for granted. She thought business was as usual, that she can disparage parliament, disparage the presiding officers, members of parliament, and she walks away. During our inductions, where she had the privilege to attend, they asked us that when, as a member, you have a disagreement with the speaker or any other person, find that person in chambers and sort out this matter. We should not have even, this motion should not have found its way on the floor of the House. This matter should have been sorted somewhere in chambers, because she was talking about members of parliament who did not understand what they were doing in the select committee. She should have gone to the chairperson. First place, chairperson, you conducted this investigation. Did you address your mind to this? Is this true? And she would have sorted it out at that level. Then also, if she did not get the best remedy, she should have gone to the speaker. There are two speakers presiding over this house. She ignored everybody and went on the frail, the spree of abusing everyone. They gave her a chance on the floor of the House. The leader of government business invited her to just say sorry to the House. She ignored everyone. They invited her to the committee to defend herself. I have seen in the report my colleague has read here, they were citing authorities. She should have had the opportunity to raise even better authorities than what they were citing. She ignored it. So you members of parliament, what can you do to such a person? In the circumstances, she have waived off her chance to defend herself. Do you want to defend her? I am being asked, the Right Honorable Speaker, that I close the debate and move that a motion be put, that a question be put to approve the committee report, and we proceed to vote at the personam procedure and declare that this House has a code of conduct.
Is the motion seconded? I now put the question that the debate closes. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Debate closed. Motion Motion. There's a
Thank
motion
you
on
very
the floor.
much. Right on Speaker. Right on Speaker. I want to move a motion under Rule 16 of our rules of procedure.
Order. 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 Order.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Please, colleagues, please, let's listen to one another. We have a member on the floor. Honorable Sarira.
Yes, right on Speaker. I want to move a motion under Rule 16 to suspend Rule 10, to suspend Rule 99, Sub-Rule 4. Sub-Rule 4, right on Speaker, says the Speaker shall direct the doors to be locked and the bar drawn, and no member shall thereafter enter or leave the house until after the roll call has been taken. Right on Speaker, I move that this rule be suspended to allow free entry and exit in the process of voting, but also for health reasons, you cannot close this place. It's very small and we are very many. So in the circumstances, right on Speaker, I move that this particular rule be suspended as the voting takes place. I beg to move, right on Speaker.
This rule is not entrenched as per Rule 16. It's not an entrenched rule. So it's a rule which can be seconded by, suspended by the House. So is the motion seconded? Honorable Chemaswet, Honorable Serwani, Honorable Nwagaba, and many members. I now put a question that Rule 99, Sub-Rule 4 be suspended. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Yeah.
Procedure, Honorable Semju.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Rule 109, under which this process is being conducted, requires that, and you know, Mr. Speaker, that the decision is communicated to the President within 24 hours after a decision is taken. Reading that rule with Article 107 of the Constitution, I want to raise the following procedural issues. This Parliament, and I'm referring to Parliament as an institution, not the 11th Parliament, censored ministers, but they were reappointed. That is one. The Article 107 also speaks about the state of the President. With all the things that have been said here about Namuganza, why did the President appoint her in the first place? I'm talking about 107. So the procedural issue I am raising is whether we should not consider actualizing 107 by periodically examining the state of the President.
The honorable colleagues, please, let's listen to one another. Colleagues, let's listen to one another. Honorable Semuju, your procedure matter can only apply because it's under Rule 109, Sub-Rule 3. it only refers to where the motion has been carried. Now, we have not yet voted. We don't know whether the motion has been carried or not. So your procedural matter fails on Rule 80, which is anticipation. Because you're just anticipating, you want me to rule on a matter where you're just anticipating. So I'm constrained, my brother. I'm constrained. Let's first do the job. And the moment the motion is carried is when your issue can be raised. I thank you. So now, colleagues, yes, Rule 109.13, it requires that indeed we do vote on the matter. And like we made it very clear, Rule 99 is very clear that it's by roll call when we are censuring a minister. So, and the bar is very clear. Article 118 and Rule 109. You must get 50% and above of all voting members of parliament. Currently, we have 527 members of parliament, meaning the motion can only succeed if we raise 265 votes in favor. 265 votes in favor. So please listen to me. Now, I'm taking you through the procedure so that we know what we are doing properly. Please, colleagues, okay? Listen to me. So we need 265 according, because I've checked with the clerk, the members we do have who are voting members, okay? So we have to be cognizant of that. And then, colleagues, under this rule, we are going to make a roll call. And like I had earlier guided, with a roll call, any member who is attending can vote. So meaning even members who are attending by Zoom can vote. But for members, who are voting via Zoom, I'll need them to be on video. I don't want anyone to go and make allegations that we concocted voices. And also it must be put on record that I have called out the Honorable Namuganza to come on the floor as required by Article 118, Clause 6 and Rule 109, Sub-Rule 3, to come and respond to the allegations. And she has not turned up. So it has to be captured that we gave her a chance to be heard as required by the Constitution and the rules, but she couldn't turn up. So with that, clerk, ensure the lists are ready. We shall have 2 clerks, one voting, one recording the votes for yes, and the other one recording the votes for no. We have the list ready. We shall be reading properly. And the question which I'm going to put is, that I now put the question that the motion for a resolution of Parliament to pass a vote of censure against Honorable Pass Namuganza Princess, State Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development, be adopted. This is not for aye or nay. Each one of you will have to respond individually. So for now, I will direct the clerk, the sergeant at arms, to ring the bell for 5 minutes. I will call the sergeant at arms to ring the bell for 5 minutes to come all of you in here. Before we even start voting, I'm supposed under the same rule to again repeat the question to you. And then I guide you so that those in favor will say yes and those against will say no. Okay? I will repeat the question after you have all converged inside as required under the rules. So we have a short break of 5 minutes, from which all of us should be inside, and we start on the voting process. So Sergeant at Arms, ring the bell. So colleagues, order. Please resume your seats. Honorable colleagues, can you resume your Can you issue a member So, honorable colleagues, I'm told there are some of our colleagues in the canteen waiting for their names. Please let everyone be here. We are starting. Rule 99, sub-rule 5, if I may, no, sub-rule 3, if I may read it. It says, no, sub-rule 6. When called out, a member thereupon shall rise in his or her place and declare or use a recognizable sign to assent, dissent, or abstain to the question in the following manner. If you're for yes, you will say, I vote yes. If you are supporting the motion, you will say, I vote yes. If you are against the motion, you will say, I vote no. If you want to abstain, you will say, I abstain. Or use a recognizable sign language. Okay? So, members, I now put the question I now put the question that the motion for a resolution of Parliament to pass a vote of censure against Honorable Patsy Namuganza Princess, State Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development, be adopted. Clerk, please call out the names of the members in alphabetical order, and we start the voting now.
Ababiku Jessica.
I vote for yes. Thank you.
Abeja Susan Jolie.
Colleagues, ensure you're near a microphone wherever you are
Abeja
to make
Susan
it very easy.
Jolie. Abe Lillian.
I vote yes.
Abigaba Cuthbert Mirembe.
I vote yes.
Aboli Kunihira Agnes. Achan Joyce Okeny.
I vote yes.
Achen Docas.
I vote yes.
Acheng Jane Ruth Ochero. Achan Judith Peace.
I vote yes.
Achayo Juliet Lodu.
I vote yes.
Achia Remijo. Acheng Sarah Opendi.
I vote yes.
Achibu Agnes.
I vote yes.
Achiro Pasca Menya. Achom Joan Alobo.
I vote yes.
Achon Julius Bua.
I vote yes.
Achora Nancy.
I vote yes.
Acrobat Kiza Moses.
I vote yes.
Adeke Anna Ebajo.
I vote yes.
Adidwa Abdu.
I vote yes.
Adoa Helen. Adome Francis Lorica.
I vote yes.
Adrico Yovan.
I vote yes.
Aeku Patrick.
I vote yes.
Afidra Olema Ronald.
I vote yes.
Afoyochan Esther.
I vote yes.
Agaba Aisa.
I vote yes.
Agasha Juliet Vashisha.
You need to be on record.
I vote yes.
Akamba Paul.
I vote yes.
Akampurira Prosi Mbabazi.
Colleagues, ensure microphones are switched on.
I vote yes.
Akelo Beatrice Akori. Akelo Christine. Akelo Lucy.
I vote yes.
Akelo Rose Lily. Akena James Michael Jimmy. Akol Anthony.
I don't know, Speaker, I vote yes.
Akora Maxwell Ebong Patrick.
I vote yes.
Akuguzibwe Aled Ronald.
I vote yes.
Akumu Catherine Mavenjina.
I vote yes.
Alanyo Jennifer. Aleper Margaret Achila.
I vote yes.
Aleper Moses.
I vote yes.
Alerotom Azar.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Ali Moses. Alioni York Odria.
Right Honorable Speaker, for purpose of record, I, Alioni Odria, vote no.
Alum Santa Sandra Ogwang.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes. I vote yes.
Clerk, please, when we have some members who are on Zoom, so kind of ICT, liaise and ensure, because the way we are moving, the member who would be on Zoom might not be heard or might be, yeah. Thank you. Resume.
Alupo Jessica Rose Epel. Aliek Judith. Amede Agnes.
I vote yes.
Amero Susan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Amoy Betty Ongom. Angura Frederick.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Anyakun Esther Davinia. Anywa Ricky Richard.
I vote yes.
Augon Silas.
I vote yes.
Aol Betty Ochan. Apollo Yeri Ofono. Apollot Christine. Apollot Stella Isodo.
I vote yes.
Ariko Herbert Edmond Okworo. Arina Itwe Rauben.
Clerk, kind of ICT ensure you share the Zoom login on the group released on our parliamentary groups with the meeting ID and all that. There are colleagues sending messages that they are waiting for the meeting ID so that they can join via Zoom. Sorry for that interruption, Clerk.
Arina Itwe Rauben. Arina Itwe Rakajara.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Asava Nsabimana Paul.
Can I request those who have voted to create space for others who are outside? There are colleagues who are outside. They need the space.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Asamo Helen Grace. Asera Stephen. Asera Stephen. Asimwe Florence Akiki.
I abstain.
Asimwe K. Enos. Asimwe K. Enos. Asimwe Musime Molly.
I vote yes.
Atim Agnes Apea. Atim Agnes Apea. Atim Ogwal Cecilia Barbara.
Mama.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Atima Jackson Lee Booty.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Atugonza Alan.
I vote yes.
Atukwasa Rita.
I vote yes.
Atuto Jacinta.
I vote yes.
Atuachire Kathleen Ndamira.
I vote yes.
Atujukire Dan.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Atiang Stella. Atiang Stella. Auma Helen Wandera.
Mr. Speaker, for record purpose, I, Auma Helen Wandera, I vote for yes.
Colleagues, order. Can I request colleagues who have voted? If possible, you can create space for others. We have many colleagues standing outside in the corridors. So if you voted,
Auma Kenny.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote for yes.
Auma Linda Agnes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Avako Melissa Naima Gule.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Avu Jen Pachuto.
Mr. Speaker, I, Avur Jane Pachuto, I vote yes.
Awan Tony.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Awas Sylvia Vicky.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Awich Jane.
I vote yes.
Awo Betty Engola. Awo Betty Engola. Ayebare Margaret.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Ayo Jennifer Nalokwago.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Ayo Tony.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion, yes.
Ayume Charles. Ayume Charles.
I vote yes.
Batom Ben Koryang.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Baba James Boliba.
I vote yes.
Vagala Joyce Ntwatwa.
I vote yes.
Vajire Agre Henry. Vajire Agre Henry. Bahati David. Vahiheira Tumwekwase Sylvia.
Bajire Agre Henry.
Vajire Agre Henry.
I vote yes.
Vahireira Tumwekwase Sylvia. Bainababo Charity. Vainomugisha Jane Kabajungu. Baka Stephen Mugabe.
Mr. Speaker, it's a yes here.
Vachireke Namboze Betty. Bakabulindi Charles.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Valimwezo Ronald Nsubuga. Bwanika Abed.
Colleagues, for you who have missed out, please ensure you're here. We shall do another round after, okay? We will do another one, but be here. Again, we don't call you and we find you're not around.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Wire Sanon Nadeba.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Byakatonda Abdulu.
Yes.
Byamukama Fred.
Crack, you've jumped a whole page. Okay.
My apologies.
The Speaker.
Banjirana Anifa Kawoya. Variomunsi Chris. Vasalirwa Asuman.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Vataringaya Basil Rwankwene.
Right Honorable Speaker, I, Basil Bataringaya, vote yes.
Batua Timothy Lusala. Batua Timothy Lusala. By
Honorable Batua is on Zoom. Is he on Zoom? Honorable Batua, if you're on Zoom, proceed.
Vaigaf Michael Philip Lulume. Vaiga Michael Philip Lulume. Bebona Babunji Josephine.
Oh,
vote yes.
please, slow a bit.
I vote yes.
Vaiga Michael Philip Lulume. Bebona Babunji Josephine. Vegumisa Mary. Boka Didi George.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Bigirwa Nora Nyendoha.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Vinji Patrick Nyanzi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Viraro Ephraim Ganshanga.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Biika Lawrence Songa.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Bright Tom Amoti. Bright Tom Amoti.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Bukenya Michael Iga.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Businge Harriet.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Businje Joab. Businge Joab. Businge Victoria Rusoke. Businje Penina Kabigani. Butime Tom Ateni. Buturo Nsava.
I vote yes.
Viamukama Fred. Viamukama Nulu Joseph. Vianyima Nathan.
Yes.
Viarugava
I vote
Alex.
yes.
Viarugava Alex Vakunda.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think it's just but fair for me to vote a yes.
Chelaine Betty Luke.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes in capital letters.
Chelangat Alinga Solomon.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Chelimo Reuben Paul. Chelimo Reuben Paul. Chemaswet Abdi Fadil Kisos.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Chemonges William.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Chemutai Evelyn.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote a yes.
Chemutai Phyllis.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Cheptoris Sam Mangusho. Cherekut Rose Emma.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Driwaru Jennifer. Driwaru Jennifer. Ebwalu Jonathan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Echweru Musa Francis, Edakasi Alfred Elalu Olale.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Ekanya Geoffrey. Ekanya Geoffrey.
Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Ekudo Tom Julius.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Elotu Cosmas. Elotu Cosmas.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes. Thank you.
Eluelu Peter. Eluelu Peter. Emigu Julius Peter.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Esenu Anthony Alden.
Right Honorable Speaker, for record purposes, I vote yes.
Etuka Isaac Joaquino.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Ezama Siraj Brahan. Ezama Siraji Brahan. Peter Geoffrey. Peter Geoffrey. Gafabusa Richard Muhumuza.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes in capital letters, bold and lined.
Gidudu Mafwavi Dominic. Gume Frederick Ngobi. Hashim Suleiman.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Igeme Nathan Naveta Samson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Ikojo John Bosco.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Isavirie David Aga. Isavirie David Aga. Isavirie Idi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Isamat Abraham.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Isingoma Patrick Mwesigwa. Isingoma Patrick Mwesigwa. Ismail Muhammad Lomwa. Ismail Muhammad Lomwa. Kala Kevin Ojinga.
I vote yes.
Kaya Christine Nachimwero.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kabahenda Flavia Rabuhoro.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Commander David.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Why is Commander shy? Let's go on, Clark.
Kabasharira Naume. Kabasharira Naume. Kabuo Florence.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kabura Derek. Kabura Derek. Kabusu. Kabura Derek.
For sure.
Sorry, Honorable Kabura Derek.
Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kabusu Moses. Kabusu Moses. Kabuye Frank. Kadaga Rebecca. Kafuzi Jackson Karugaba. Kagabo Twaha Mzee. Kagabo Twaha Mzee. Kahunde Helen.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kajwenje Twinomugisha Wilson.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kakembo Michael.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kamara John Nzeimana. Kamara John Nzeimana. Kamara Nicholas Tadias. Kamara Nicholas Tadias. Kamateniti Jocelyn. Kamateniti Jocelyn. Kambale Ferigo.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kamugo Pamela Nasio.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kamukama Benjamin.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kamukama Davis.
Right Honorable Speaker, I, Kamkama Davis, vote yes.
Kamuntu Moses.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Kamsime Caroline. Kamsime Caroline. Kangwaje Stephen Rakanuma.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kankunda Amos Kibwika.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kanushu Laura.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Kanyike Ronald Evans.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Karubanga David. Karubanga Jacob Atenyi.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Kasaija Matia. Kasaija Stephen Kagwera. Kasolo Robert. Kasolo Robert. Katabazi Francis Katongole. Katabazi Francis Katongole. Katali Loy.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote no.
Katalihwa Donald Biabazeire.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Katenya Isaac.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kateshumbwa Dixons.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kato Muhammad.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Katuntu Abdu. Katuntu Abdu. Katusabe Godfrey.
I, Godfrey Atkins Katusabe, I vote yes.
Katusime Annette Mugisha. Katusime Annette Mugisha.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Katwesije Oliver Koyechenga,
Right Honorable Speaker, yes.
Kauma Sauda, Kauma Sauda, Kavuma Sam, Kavuma Sam, Kawalia Abubakar, Kawalia Abubekar, Kayagi Sarah Netalisire,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kayanga Baroda,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kayemba Geoffrey Solo,
I vote yes.
Kayogera Yona, Kayogera Yona, Kayondo Fred,
I, Fred Kayondo, I vote yes.
Kazibwe Bashir Mbazira,
Right Honorable Speaker and members, let it be on record that I, on this day when you are voting to censure the minister, I, Kazwe Bashir Mbazira, voted yes.
Kemirembe Pauline Chaka,
Right Honorable.
Could you please listen to one another?
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kesande Grace Bataringaya, Kesande Grace Bataringaya, Kibaju Naomi, Kibaju Naomi,
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Kibalia Henry Morris,
Right Honorable Speaker, Bugavula South says yes.
Kiza Kenneth Nyendoha,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Chinobere Herbert Tom,
Right Honorable Speaker, they said no speeches, but as a leader in the caucus, and this being my member, and I really don't promote indiscipline. As a party, and we are the biggest number in the parliament, I want to urge my members that we maintain the discipline, regardless of whatever level. I therefore vote yes.
Kinshaba Patience Nkunda, Kinshaba Patience Nkunda, Kintu Alex Brandon,
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Chirabo Agnes,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Chirumira Hassan,
Right Honorable Speaker, for censoring a minister, I vote yes.
Kisa Stephen Bakubalwayo, Kisa Stephen Bakubalwayo, Chisembo Basemera Noelin,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kitanywa Sowedi,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Chitutu Mary Goreti Kimono, Kitutu Mary Goreti Kimono, Chiwanuka Abdallah, Chiwanuka Abdallah, Kiwanuka Kefa.
Right Honorable, I vote yes.
That's for Kefa Kiwanuka. Okay, then we have Kiwanuka Budara.
I vote yes.
Chiaga Hillary Innocent.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote for yes.
Koluo Joseph Andrew.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the people of Toroma, I vote yes.
Honorable colleagues, if they called your name and you are not here, we are going to do another round. Okay? So please, but ensure you are around this time.
Komakech Christopher.
Right Honorable Speaker, Komakech Christopher is my name, and I vote yes.
Komol Emmanuel.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Komol Joseph Midi.
Right Honorable Speaker, Komol Joseph Mead is my name. I vote yes.
Kubeketeria James. Kubeketeria James. Kugonza Emily.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Punihira Faith Philo.
Right Honorable Speaker, I join the rest of the House and I vote yes.
Kwizera Eddie Wagahungu. Kwizera Eddie Wagahungu. Kwizera Paul. Kwizera Paul. Chakulaga Fred Bueno. Chebakutika Manjeri. Chebakutika Manjeri. Chove Luke Inyensiko.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Choma Xavier Akampurira.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Choto Ibrahim Mululi. Choto Ibrahim Mululi. Lagen David.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Lake Sharon Balmoy.
Right Honorable Speaker, sir. Lake Sharon Balmoy is my name, the woman MP for Gulu District. On my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Gulu District, I vote a big yes.
Lamwaga Catherine.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Lamwaga Margaret. Lamwaga Margaret. Leku Joel.
Right Honorable Speaker,
Leku
I
Joel.
vote yes.
Leku Joel has voted yes. The cross here.
Lematia John.
Right Honorable Speaker, has been one of the newly MPs being disregarded, I vote yes.
Lematia Ruth Molly Ondoru.
Right Honorable Speaker, as a mature woman who should observe discipline, I vote yes.
Linda Irene.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Lochap Peter Ken.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Lokeris Teko Peter. Loki John Baptist. Loki John Baptist. Loki Peter Abrahams. Loki Peter Abrahams. Lokoru Albert. Lokoru Albert. Lokwang Hillary. Lokwang Hillary, Lokwang Phillips Ilukol, Lokwang Phillips Ilukol, Lolem Mika Akasile,
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Lubega Bashir Sempa.
Mr. Speaker, being a representative of the people of Mubende municipality, there is no way I can vote no. I vote yes.
Lubega Medad Segona.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Lugolovi Amos, Lukwago John Paul Mpalanyi, Lukwago John Paul Mpalanyi, Luchamuzi David Kalwanga, Luchamuzi David Kalwanga, Lumu Richard Chizito.
Honorable Chamus is here.
Mr. Speaker,
Luchamuzi David Kalwanga.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my people from Busuju, I vote yes.
Lumu Richard Chizito.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Lutaya Joffrey.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Lutamaguzi Semakula Paulson Kasana.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Luanga Jimmy.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Macho Joffrey.
On behalf of the people of Busia municipality, who fought to bring me back under thin and thick, bring sanity in this country's leadership, I vote yes.
Magogo Moses Hassim.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Magolo John Faith. Magolo John Faith.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Has voted yes. Huh? Magola Rachel Muriel.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Makoha Margaret.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Malende Shamim. Mamawi James.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Maneno Zumura.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Masaba Karim.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Masika Apollo. Masiko N. Henry. Matovu Charles.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Mawanda Michael Maranga.
Yes.
Mayanja Alan,
To fight corruption in my country, I vote yes.
Mbabazi Jennifer Chomuhendo,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Mbabazi Pasco, Mbabazi Pasco, Mbadi Mbasu Wilson, Mbayo Esther Mbulakubuza,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Mboizi Arthur Wako,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Mbwate Kamwa Gafa,
Right Honorable Speaker, as a victim who was once in 10th Parliament during the days of constitutional amendment, that I was almost beaten by Namuganza because of her weird behavior, I vote yes.
Migade Robert Ndugwa, Migade Robert Ndugwa,
Right Honorable Speaker, I haven't consulted anyone on this, so on my own behalf, I vote yes.
Modoi Isaac,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Moriku Joyce Kaduchu, Mpindi Bumali,
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I vote yes.
Mpuga Matthias, Mpuga Matthias,
We shall call him again.
Mugabe Donozio Kahonda,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Mugabe Muzale Martin Chisule,
Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Mugabe Susan,
Right Honorable Speaker, with the discipline in me, I vote yes.
Mugema Peter,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Mujira James, Mugisa Margaret Muhanga, Mugole Mauku David Stephen,
Yes, I do vote.
Mugumya Claire, Mugumya Claire,
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I vote yes.
Muhesi Abaho Jennifer,
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I vote yes.
Muhindo Harold Tony,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Muhozi R. David, Muhumuza David, Muhumuza David, Muhwezi Jim Katugugu, Mukasa Aloysius Talton Gold, Mukasa Aloysius Talton Gold, Mukasa Julius Opondo, Mukasa Julius Opondo,
Yes, Honorable, we can hear you. Oh, okay. We vote yes. Thank you.
Mukaye Miriam. Mukaye Miriam.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Mulimba John. Musa Noah.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Musana Eric.
Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Yaga East, I vote yes.
Musasizi Henry Ariganyira. Museveni William.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Mushemeza Elijah Dickens. Mushemeza Elijah Dickens. Musherure Shatsi Naevare Kutesa.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Okay.
Musila John.
Mr. Speaker, Mujakas Norman Blaze. So therefore I vote yes.
Musinguzi Yona.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as a seconder of the motion, I want to thank the House and even thank the President because many people have been using his name. I want to thank him for having allowed Parliament to exercise its independence, and I vote yes.
Mutasingwa Diana Nankunda Kajenyi. Mutevi Noah Wanzala. Mutevi Noah Wanzala. Mutembuli Yusuf.
Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Rule 99, Sub-Rule 6, I vote yes.
Mutiwa Geoffrey Eric.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Mutono Patrick Lodoy.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Mutumba Abdul.
Right Honorable Speaker. Yes.
Mutuzo Peace Regis. Mwanga Chivumbi Muhammad. Mwanga Chivumbi Muhammad. Muuma Milton Kalulu. Muuma Milton Kalulu. Mwesigwa Robert Rukari.
Right Honorable, I vote yes.
Mwijuche Francis.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in public interest, I vote yes.
Mwine Mpaka Ramirama.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Nabagabe Kalule Flavia.
I vote yes.
Nabanja Robina. Nabukera Hanifa Hussein.
Right Honorable Speaker, I, Nabukera Hanifa Hussein, an adult of sound mind, hereby vote yes.
Nabukenya Brenda. Nabukenya Brenda. Nafuna. Oh.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Nafuna Muloni Irene Margaret.
Oh, yes, Honorable Moroni is on Zoom. Is Honorable Moroni on Zoom? Because I can see her on Zoom. Honorable, can we unmute? we shall give her another chance, okay? IT be in touch with her. Yeah, there is a way we agreed that even a sign which is clearly visible can be used if there is a break. Okay.
Naigaga Mariam.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Najuma Sarah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Nakabuye Juliet Kakande. Nakabuye Juliet Kakande. Nakadama Rukia Isanga. Nakato Mary Annette. Nakato Mary Annette. Nakayenze Koni Galiwango. Nakazibwe Hope Grenia.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Nachimuli Helen.
Yes.
Nakut Faith Loru.
Right, Honorable, I vote yes.
Nakwang Christine Tubo.
Mr. Speaker and members, Happy New Year. I vote yes.
Nalule Asha Aisha Kavanda.
Right, Honorable Speaker, for such a motion of a minister that misused public office, I vote yes.
Naluima Betty Ethel.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I stand by our findings and recommendations and I vote a yes.
Namanya Neboth. Namanya Naboth. Nambeshe John Baptist. Nambeshe John Baptist. Namboze Teddy.
Yes.
Namboze Teddy. Namuganza Passis Princess. Namuganza Passis Princess. Namuga Goreth.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I, Namuga Goretti, the Shadow Minister for Science, Innovation and Communications Technology in the alternative government, I do vote yes.
Namuju Sisi Dionysia.
Right, Honorable Speaker, as the first daughter of this house, I vote yes.
Namukuta Brenda.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Namutawe Joan.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Namuyangu Kacha Jennifer. Nandagire Christine Ndiwalana.
Right, Honorable Speaker, for the respect of Uganda culture where we seated right now, I vote for yes.
Nandala Mafavi Nathan James. Nandala Mafavi Nathan James. Nandutu Agnes. Nangoli Gerald.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I vote yes.
Nantaba Ida Erios. Nantaba Ida Erios. Nantongo Fortunate Rose.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I, Nantongo Fortunate Rose, I vote with an unequivocal yes.
Nanyondo Veronica Namaganda.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Natukunda Midias.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Natumanya Flora.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Naebare Sylvia.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Ndezi Alex. Ndezi Alex. Ndiomujenyi Roland.
I vote yes.
Nevanda Andiru Florence.
Right Honorable Speaker, for purposes of bringing back sanity in this house and respect for you as our Right Honorable Speaker and rules of procedure of this August House, I vote yes.
Nekesa Victor. Nekesa Victor. Ompek Linus.
Yes.
Ngoya John Bosco. Ngoya John Bosco. Ninkusima John Paul. Ninkusima John Paul. Ninsima Boaz Kasirabo.
Yes. Yes, I vote yes.
Nirinjimana James Ruji Kaberuka.
Mr. Speaker, for the first time, because Chinchizi West cherishes humility, cherishes discipline, I have to vote a yes. Thank you.
Niwagaba Wilfred.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Nionsava Alex.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Nkunyinji Muada. Nkunyinji Muada. Nkwasibwe Zinkuratire Henry.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Nsamba Patrick Oshave. Nsamba Patrick Oshave. Nsanja Patrick Ukayongo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Nsegumire Muhammad Chibedi.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Nsereko Muhammad.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've listened to the findings of the report. I've listened to the findings of the committee. We waited for the accused to present herself and give her side. She declined the opportunity. I join members of this House in voting yes.
Nsibambi Yusuf.
Right Honorable Speaker, I didn't want to say anything beyond the findings of the committee, but as an elder in this House, specifically I'm voting yes because of the failure by the minister to respect systems and this institution. She had the opportunity to say whatever she wanted to say before the committee and failed. So I really vote yes.
Nsubuga Paul. Nsubuga Paul. Nyakato Asinansi. Nyakato Asinansi. Nyakato Dorothy.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Nyachikongoro Rosemary.
Right Honorable Speaker, as a sober member of Parliament who does not even drink alcohol, I say yes.
Nyamutoro Fiona.
Please, colleagues. Colleagues, please. Crack.
Nyamutoro Fiona. Nyamutoro Fiona. Nyangweso Dennis.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Nyeko Derek. Nyirabashit Sisara Mateke. Nyongore Enoch. Nyongore Enoch. Obiga Kanya Mario. Obiga Rose.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Record purpose, most rural MP in the 11th Parliament, I vote yes.
Obong Vincent Shedrick. Obong Vincent Shedrick. Oboth Maxons Jacob. Obua Dennis Hamson. Ochan Patrick. Ochan Patrick. Ochen Peter.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm Ochen Peter, Kwale South, I vote yes.
Ochai Maxima.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Ochero Jim Bricky Norman.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here to fight in discipline. I vote yes.
Odoi Bernard Onen Mutusa.
Right Honorable Speaker, I do vote yes.
Odoi Oyuelowo Fox.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Odon JJ Abubakar. Odur Jonathan. Odu Jonathan. Oguzu Lee Dennis. Oguzu Lee Dennis. Ogwal Moses Goli.
I vote yes.
Ogwang Peter. Ogwari Polycarp.
Right Honorable Speaker, discipline is a success. I therefore vote yes.
Ojara Martin Mapenduzi.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Ojok Andrew Olanya.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Okasai Sidronia Sopolot. Okai Bob.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Okelo Charles Patrick Engola Majiduogo. Okelo Geoffrey Charles.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Okelo Nelson. Okelo Nelson. Okeyo Peter. Okeyo Peter. Okia Joan Aniku.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister has left the members of this House with no recourse, and therefore I vote yes.
Okin Pipi Ojara. Okin Pipi Ojara. Okiror Bosco.
Right Honorable Speaker, in light of the storm, I vote yes.
Okorimoy Janet Grace Akech. Okorimoy Janet Grace
Yes.
Akech. Okot Boniface Henry.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Okot John Amos.
Thank you. I, Okot John Amos, I vote yes.
Okot Moses Jr.
I, Okot Moses Jr., in furthering the sanity of this House, I vote yes.
Okot Ogong Felix. Okot Ogong Felix. Okot Peter. Okot Peter,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Okot Santa, Okot Santa, Okulu Abuka Jalon Anthony,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Okumu Gabriel,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Okupa Elijah,
Mr. Speaker, I lived in Nakawa and Naguru. Yes, the people were evicted. The honorable ministers, our honorable ministers made the people of there to suffer. Their tears are flowing. So for that reason, Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes, so that they may get safer.
Okui Samuel,
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My vote is a high.
Sorry? Honorable, we need you on record clear. You either vote yes or no, or you abstain.
My vote is high, yes.
Olanya Gilbert, Olanya Gilbert,
Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister insinuated that all members of Parliament are not sober, and she insinuated that she's the only one who is sober in this House. On that case, we need to put her in her right position. I vote yes.
Oleru Huda Abason, Olobo James,
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Omara Paul,
Right Honorable Speaker, to uphold the rule of law and constitutionalism, I vote yes.
Onek Hilary Obaloke, Onegalit Dennis Amere, Onegalit Dennis Amere, Onen Charles,
Right Honorable Speaker, I am an individual who has been taken by Honorable Namuganza to the Constitutional Court for tabling the report that it should be censored. And for that, I vote yes.
Honorable colleague, that's not a ground for censuring a minister. The grounds for censuring a minister were listed, not
Thank you.
revenge, not anything.
I withdraw that statement.
Yeah.
Basing on the report of the select committee, I vote yes.
Thank you. So colleagues, please avoid statements which are going to show that some of you are voting outside what is provided for in the rules and the constitution. So your vote should be simple yes or no, or you abstain, simple.
Ongalo Obote Clement Kenneth, Ongertho Emmanuel Joe,
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Onzima Godfrey, Onzima Godfrey, Opio Samuel Achuti, Opio Samuel Achuti,
Right Honorable Speaker, I emphatically and astronomically vote yes.
Opolot Fred,
I vote yes, Right Honorable Speaker.
Opolot Patrick Ishagi, Opolot Patrick Ishagi, Opolot Simon Peter Okwalinga.
Hello, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm on.
Please, can you put on a okay?
Yes,
How
Right
do you
Honorable
vote
Speaker,
again?
I vote yes. Okay?
It's very okay, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Opolot Simon Peter Okwalinga.
Right Honorable Speaker, as a sign of obedience and solidarity, I vote yes.
Colleagues, I'm repeating. Please, no statements. Okay? I request you, no statements. Either vote, and that's why I read through when we are beginning. Maybe if I can repeat it. This is provided for in the rules under, please, colleagues, Rule 99. Please, Honorable, take your seat. Please. Rule 99, Sub-Rule 4. If I can again, no, Sub-Rule 3. 6. Sorry, Sub-Rule 6, colleagues. When called out, a member shall thereupon rise in his or her place and declare or use a recognizable sign to assent, dissent, or abstain to the question in the following manner. I vote yes, or I vote no, or I abstain, or use a recognized sign language. Let us not make speeches. You're making the work of the answered people difficult. Yeah. So next.
Orone Derek.
I vote yes.
Oseku Richard Oriebo.
I vote yes.
Osoru Maureen.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Otafire Kahinda. Otiam Emmanuel Otala. Otiam Emmanuel Otala. Otim Giu Isaac Ismail.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Otukol Sam.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Paparu Lilian Obiale.
I vote yes.
Rugumayo Edson.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Ruhunda Alex.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Rutahigwa Elisa.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Ruyonga Joseph.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Rwaburindore Tassis Vishanga.
Honorable Right Speaker, I vote yes.
Rwabusheja Margaret Namubiru.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Rwakojo Robina Gureme. Rwakojo Robina Gureme. Rwamirama Bright Kanyontore. Remulicha Ivanda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I vote a big yes.
Sazi Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote yes.
Sevamala Richard. Sevamala Richard. Sekavira Dennis.
Mr. Speaker, I even wanted to raise a procedural matter, and I thought this chance would come. I have over 4 people that have not succeeded to go through Zoom and wanted them and they wanted to vote. I don't know if I can vote for them. I vote yes.
Honorable Sekabira, link up with the IT team they see how they can help those people. Okay.
Sechindi Aisha. Sechanzi Bernard Kiria. Sechanzi Bernard Kiria. Sendaula Christine Bukenya. Sendaula Christine Bukenya.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Silwanyi Solomon.
Yes. Right.
Sasaga Isaias Johnny. Sasaga Isaias Johnny. Sebikali Yoweri.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Segirinya Muhammad. Sejoba Isaac.
Sejoba Isaac, in my sound mind, I vote yes.
Sechkubo Theodore.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Sechtoleko Robert.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Semuju Ibrahim.
I vote yes.
Semwanga Javira.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Sentai Muhammad.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Senyonyi Joel Vesekezi. Senyonyi Joel. Serubula Stephen.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Serukenya David. Serukenya David. Sewanyana Alan Aloysius. Seungu Joseph Gonzaga. Seungu Joseph Gonzaga. Simbwa Fred.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Subi Chinyamatama Juliet K. Subi Kinyamatama Juliet K. Taka Agnes.
Honorable Taka has been on Zoom. So IT team, please. Honorable Taka, we are waiting for you. So whenever she gets ready, maybe.
Taban Sharifa Ate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote yes.
Taewa Habat Musasizi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Tebandeke Charles.
Is that Honorable Agnes Taka? I'm giving preference to those who are on Zoom because it can break down. Honorable Taka, do you want to cast your vote? Honorable Taka, can you cast your vote? Honorable Taka Agnes, can you hear me? Honorable Taka Agnes? Okay. So I think someone can get in touch with write down what to do. Next,
Tebandeke Charles.
Tebandeke Charles,
Teira John.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Tembo Gideon Mujungu.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Tibasimwa Joram Ruranga.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Timuziguka Mugisha Michael.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Tinkasimire Barnabas.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Tumwebaze Frank Kajiji. Tumwesije Josephat.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Tumwine Anne Mary.
Right Honorable Speaker, basing on the selected committee report, I vote yes.
Tusime Julius.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Twala Fadil.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Twesije John Ntamuhira.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Twesije Nathan Itungo.
Right Honorable Speaker, basing on the report, I vote yes.
Twinobusinje Giovannis.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Twinomujuni Francis Kazini. Twinomujuni Francis Kazini. Wako Joy Peggy.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Wakabi Pius. Wakabi Pius. Wakaima Musoke Huntington Sereko. Wakaima Musoke Huntington Sereko. Wachikona David Wanendea.
Right Honorable Speaker, I hereby vote yes.
Wakoli Godfrey. Wakoli Godfrey. Waliomu Muanika Moses.
Right Honorable Speaker, I, Wariomu Mwanika Moses, after listening to the report and after seeing that one of the reasons as to why I'm here is service delivery, I want to vote no, a big no.
Thank you, Honorable.
Wamakuyu Ignatius Mudimi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Wamala Edward Katumba. Wamala Nambozo Florence. Wamala Nambozo Florence. Wambede Seth Kizanji Massa.
Right Honorable Speaker, my vote is a big yes.
Wanda Richard.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Wandwasi Robert.
Honorable Speaker, basing on the committee's report, I vote yes.
Wanyama Michael Oduori. Wanyama Michael Oduori. Were Godfrey Odero.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Werihe Peter Christopher.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Wagorat Simon Peter.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Zake Francis. Zake Francis. Zawede Victorious.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Zijan David Livingston. Zijan David Livingston.
So, honorable colleagues, this is the last name of the John Livingston. So we've marked those who were absent. So we are going to give them another chance. So please, I think,
Abeja Susan Jolie. Abeja Susan Jolie. Aboli Kunihira Agnes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Achia Remijo. Achia Remijo. Achie Ropas Kamenya.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Achon Julius Bua. Adoa Helen. Agava Isa.
they voted.
Agaba
Clerk.
Isa.
Yeah. Agaba Isa voted. Please. Should-
Akelo Beatrice Akori.
Yeah.
Akelo Christine. Akelo Rose Lily.
Akero Christine is here. Yes. Let her vote.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Akelo Rose Lily. Akena James Michael Jimmy.
Honorable Taka, we shall. Yes, can we reach her? Please raise her up because network
Taka,
is disturbed.
Taka Agnes.
So, okay.
Yes.
It's thank you. Thank you, Honorable Taka. That's captured.
Alanyo Jennifer. Ali Moses. Alupo Jessica Rose Epel. Aliek Judith. Amoi Betty Ongom. Anyakun Esther Davinia. Aol Betty Ochan. Apollo Yeri Ofono. Apollot Christine.
Right Honorable Speaker, my apologies. I went out briefly for some treatment. I'm not okay. But for this purpose, I vote yes.
Thank you, Honorable.
Ariko Herbert Edmond Okworo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Asamo Helen Grace. Asera Stephen.
Excuse me, did Arina to allow Reuben what?
Arina Itwe Rauben.
Okay. Go on.
Asera Stephen. Asimweke Enos.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Atim Agnes Apea.
Yes.
Atiang Stella. Atiang Stella. Awo Betty Engola. Bahati David. Vahireira Tumwekwase Sylvia. Bainababo Charity, Beinomugisha Jane Kabajungu, Bachireke Betty Namboze, Balimwezo Ronald Nsubuga, Banjirana Anifa Kawoya, Bariomusi Chris, Batua Timothy Lusala, Bebona Babunji Josephine, Begumisa Mary, Businge Joab,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Businge Victoria Rusoke, Businje Penina Kabingani,
Right Honorable Speaker, as an elder in the House, I abstain. Yes.
Butime Tomatenyi, Biamuka Mafred, Biamuka Mafred, Biamuka Manulu Joseph, Chelimo Reuben Paul, Chelimo Reuben Paul, Cheptoris Sam Mangusho, Driwaru Jennifer, Echueru Musa Francis, Ekanya Joffrey, Eluelu Peter, Ezama Siraj Ibrahan, Feta Joffrey, Jidudu Mafwabi Dominic, Gume Frederick Ngobi, Isavirie David Aga, Isingoma Patrick Mwesigwa, Ismail Muhammad Lomwa, Kabashari Naomi, Kabusu Moses, Kabuye Frank, Kadaga Rebecca, Kafuzi Jackson Karugaba, Kagabo Twaha Mzei.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kamara John Nzeimana, Kamara Nicholas Tadias.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Kamaternity Jocelyn. Kamsime Caroline. Kamsime Caroline. Karubanga David. Karubanga David.
Do we have Honorable Karubango on Zoom? No. he's not.
Kasaija Matia. Kasaija Stephen Kagwera. Kasolo Robert. Kasolo Robert. Katabazi Francis Katongole. Katuntu Abdu. Kauma Sauda. Kavuma Sam. Kawalia Abubeka. Kayogera Yona. Kesande Grace Bataringaya. Kinshaba Patience Nkunda. Kisa Stephen Vakubalwayo. Kitutu Mary Goreti Kimono, Kubeketeria James, Kwizera Edi Wagahungu, Kwizera Paul, Chakulaga Fred Wino, Chebakutika Manjeri, Choto Ibrahim Mululi, Lamwaga Margaret,
Honorable Amaka Margaret, please cast your vote. Honorable, can you use a sign? Can you write on a paper and you show us? Okay, she's making a sign of yes. So please record it.
Lokeris Teko Peter, Loki John Baptist, Loki Peter Abrahams, Lokoru Albert, Lokwang Hillary, Lokwang Phillips Ilukol, Lugolovi Amos, Lukwago John Paul Mpalanyi, Malende Shamim, Masika Apollo, Masiko N. Henry, Mbabazi Pasco, Mbadi Mbasu Wilson, Moriku Joyce Kaduchu, Mpuga Mathias, Mugira James, Mugisa Margaret Muhanga, Muhozi R. David, Muhumuza David, Muhwezi Jim Katugugu, Mukasa Aloysius Stalton Gold, Mulimba John, Musasizi Henry Ariganyira, Mushemeza Elijah Dickens, Mutasingwa Diana Nankunda Kajenyi, Mutebi Noah Wanzala, Mutuzo Peace Regis, Mwanga Chivumbi Muhammad, Muuma Milton Kalulu, Nabanja Robina, Nafuna Muloni Irene Margaret, Nakabuye Juliet Kakande, Nakadama Rukia Isanga, Nakato Mary Annette,
Right Honorable Speaker, I voted no.
Nakayenze Koni Galiwango, Namanya Naboth, Nambeshe John Baptist, Namboze Teddy, Namuganza Persis Princess, Namuyangu Kacha Jennifer, Nandala Mafabi Nathan James, Nandutu Agnes, Nantaba Aida Erios, Ndezi Alex, Nekesa Victor, Ngoya John Bosco, Ninkusima John Paul, Nkunyinji Muada, Nsamba Patrick Oshave, Nsubuga Paul, Nyakato Asinansi, Nyamtoro Fiona, Nyeko Derek, Nyirabashitsi Sarah Mateke, Nyongore Enoch, Obiga Kanya Mario, Obong Vincent Shedrick, Oboth Maxons Jacob, Obua Dennis Hamson, Ochan Patrick, Odongo JJ Abubekar, Odu Jonathan, Oguzu Lee Dennis,
Mr. Speaker, having dreamt that this motion will not be acted on, I don't want to waste my time on voting. I thank you.
You abstain?
I don't know what abstentions would mean, but I'm not voting yes or no.
Ogwang Peter, Okasai Sidronia Sopolot, Okelo Charles Patrick Engola Majuduogo, Okelo Nelson, Okeo Peter, Okin Pipi Ojara, Okot Ogong Felix, Okot Santa, Oleru Huda Abason, Onek Hilary Obaloke, Onegalit Dennis Amere, Ongalo Obote Clement Kenneth, Onzima Godfrey, Otafire Kahinda, Otiam Emmanuel Otala.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Rwakojo Robin Agureme, Ramirama Bright Kanyontore, Sebamala Richard, Techindi Aisha, Techanzi Bernard Kiria, Sasaga Isaiah Johnny, Segirinya Muhammad, Senyonyi Joel Vesekezi, Serukenya David, Sewanyana Alan Aloysius, Seungu Joseph Gonzaga, Subi Kinyamatama Juliet K, Tevandeke Charles.
Right Honorable Speaker, a voter called me yesterday. Another one has also called me. And another one has also sent me a text to vote yes.
Tumwebaze Frank Kajiji, Pinomujuni Francis Kazini, Wakabi Pius, Wakai Mamusoke Hannington Sereko.
I'm called Wakaima Musoke Nsereko, representing the people of Nasa, and I vote yes.
Wakoli Godfrey, Wamala Edward Katumba, Wamala Nambozo Florence, Wanyama Michael Oduori, Zijan David Livingston, Zake Francis.
Thank you.
Edakasi Alfred. He voted. Did he vote?
Edakas voted. Edakas was in that corner. Down there, he voted. So do we have any member whose name has not been called present here? Or do we have any member on Zoom who has not been given an opportunity?
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Feta has just sent me a message trying to connect, but I don't know what happened.
That one is still trying. The rules don't recognize those who are trying.
Maybe the network here.
So Honorable Zijan is here.
Zijan David Livingston.
Right Honorable I would request that you guide me to the question, please.
Honorable colleague, I'm going to repeat for you the question
Please.
on which we are voting.
Thank you.
Yeah, just take your seat. The question we are voting on is that the motion for a resolution of Parliament pass a vote of censure against Honorable Pastor Namuganza Princess, State Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development, in charge of housing, be adopted. And those in favor vote yes, those against vote no, and those who are not on either side can vote that they abstain. So the floor is yours, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I vote yes.
Thank you. Do we have any colleague? ICT, do we have any colleague on Zoom? Has Honorable Feta connected? I want to give every member a chance. Yes. Please, we are in the voting process. There is no something go away. No, Honorable, we finished the voting, please. Please,
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker. A member of Parliament is asking whether he can send the message through WhatsApp on the official parliamentary.
Honorable, that's electronic voting provided for under Rule 100. Censure of the minister is provided for under Rule 99, which is by roll call. So that vote doesn't count. Yeah. So clerk, that's Honorable Edakas, he already voted. Yeah.
Yes.
So yes. So clerk, please, can you do the tally and avail me with the result? Colleagues whom I had requested to go out, create space, can come in. As the clerk is doing the tally, avail me with the results, which I will pronounce to the House. Now, colleagues, I need order in the House. Can I announce the results as passed on to me by the clerk? You had the procedure matter, Honorable Angura?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is a very sensitive process that we are going through. And voting has moved on. My procedural matter, Right, Honorable Speaker, is wouldn't it be procedurally right that we get a few members to witness the tallying such that we can confirm for you to announce the results that are coming from us. Thank you.
Honorable, unfortunately, this is not provided for under Rule 99. You have your rules of procedure, colleagues, because some of the questions you bring to me are clearly, okay? Always refer to the rules. The rules don't provide for polling agents and all that. That's for separate voting. For tallying, the clerk is an office of Parliament, and the clerk is considered to be non-partisan. But for separate voting and all that, I will always refer to all those rules. Clerk, is this the final result you have shared with me? The senior clerk is also verifying. Let's give them time. If we raise issues, don't concentrate. Thank you, honorable colleagues. Yes. For members who are out, a colleague was proposing that I do ring the bell, they come in. That's not provided for under the rules. Under the rules, the bell is for when we are going to start voting. Yeah. So colleagues, we had 356 of you voting. Yes. And out of the 356 who have voted, those who have abstained are 3. Those who have voted no are 5. And those who have voted yes to the motion are 348. Colleagues, as I guided you at the beginning, the threshold was 265 members of parliament. Having obtained the numbers required, that is more than half of the members of parliament, as required under Article 118, Clause 1 of the Constitution, and meeting the threshold provided for under Rule 109, Sub-Rule 12 of our Rules of Procedure, Sub-Rule 13 of our Rules of Procedure, I hereby declare that the motion has been carried, that Honorable Namuganza passes, be censured, and as required under Rule 109, Sub-Rule 13 of our Rules of Procedure, I will inform the President accordingly within 24 hours. House adjourned to tomorrow at 2.